Today's reading is of the screenplay A Farewell to Arms from 1932, written by Benjamin Glazer and Oliver Garrett, from the novel by Ernest Hemingway. Sequence A. Fade in. Paramount trademark. Dissolve into sky and mountains. A bright day in spring. Clouds. Mountain peaks. In the foreground, a screen of trees. All is serene, pastoral. An airplane, tiny in the distance, crosses the sky from right to left. Little white bursts of anti-aircraft shells begin to follow it. The airplane changes its course and flies high on the screen toward the foreground. From the clump of trees low in the foreground, a big gun thrusts its muzzle and fires at the airplane. Smoke from this explosion fills the screen, obscuring all, and dissolves into the main title. Before the smoke has fully cleared away, a second shell explodes its curtain of smoke as the second card of the main title dissolves in. This process is repeated for all succeeding cards. The smoke finally clearing away reveals a cloud bank. As it drifts lazily across the face of the sun, casting a shadow on the earth below. Its uneven, fluffy edges shine like gold, where the rays of the sun slant through them. Mountain meadow, shooting from above. As the shadow of the cloud creeps across the meadow, trailing sunlight behind it. Closer view, moving shadow. As the dark shadow line cast by the cloud overhead retreats across the meadow. The outflung hand of a man, lying on his back in the meadow grass, comes into view as the sunlight touches it. Close-up, man. As the moving shadow of the cloud recedes from his outflung arm to his face. He wears no hat. He appears to be asleep. His eyes are closed. It is as if the beauty of the day had enticed him to fling himself down and gaze at the sky, and then he had dropped off. Now the creeping shadow recedes from his face, leaving it full in the sun. An ant runs over his chin, his lips, his cheek, but he doesn't move nor make any effort to brush it away. Camera pans slowly with the moving shadow, down the man's body as more and more of it comes into sunlight. Now, for the first time, it is seen the man wears the tunic of an Italian soldier. As the retreating shadow creeps down the man's legs, suddenly it may be seen that one leg is cut off below the knee. The torn cloth of the uniform obscures the wound, but the earth is dark beside the leg where the blood has soaked into the ground. Mountain glade. It is a little recess in the rocks, shrouded by evergreens and mountain flowers. The ugly snout of a 3-inch mountain gun suddenly thrusts out from the foliage as it fires, then vanishes again. The thunderclap of its report is echoed distantly. Medium shot, gun crew. They are Austrians, distinguishable at once by the steel bucket hats they wear. They thrust another shell into the breach. The gun fires again. Sky. Shooting upward from top of mountain road. As a shrapnel shell bursts in the sky, camera pans directly down from the smoke of the shell burst to a steep mountain road. It rises unevenly toward the camera, twisting its way among broken trees. Around a sharp bend of the road below appears an ambulance. It grinds its way laboriously up the slope in low gear. 2 other ambulances come around the curve, following it. First ambulance driver. Only that portion of the driver's seat which he occupies may be seen. He is a uniformed Italian ambulance driver named Manera, young, good-natured, but stupid. A dead cigarette hangs from his lips as he drives. He is a socialist. Second ambulance driver. This is precisely the same type of shot as that of Manera. But this driver is Piani, middle-aged, unsmiling, dependable, but humorless. He is a socialist. Third ambulance driver. This is precisely the same type of shot as that of Piani. The third driver is Bonello, clearly the smartest of the three. He is about 30 years old. He is sharp of tongue, verbose, and not without an ironical wit, but he is not trustworthy. He is a socialist. Manera. Camera shooting from hood of car. This is the same shot as before. The voice of a man on the driver's seat beside him, but out of scene, is heard. It is that of Frederick Henry, a young American lieutenant in the Italian ambulance service. Frederick's voice, none too distinctly. "Get off my lap, you're drunk." Camera pulls back a trifle, revealing Lieutenant Henry on the seat beside Manera. His steel helmet has slipped down over his face. He is talking in his sleep. Frederick, angrily. "Find me a dark one. I don't like blondes. Want a brunette." Manera shakes him gently. Manera. "Tenente." Frederick awakes with a start. His helmet drops in his lap. Frederick. "What? Is anything the matter? Are we there?" Manera. "No, Tenente, but you were sleeping and you talked." Frederick. "What did I say?" Manera smiles, shakes his head. "You must have been dreaming, Tenente. It seemed about women." Frederick laughs. "What else is there to dream about?" He is interrupted by the shriek of another shell, followed by a shattering explosion. Both men draw back against the seat. They seem to shrink into themselves as if to seek protection. Frederick. "That was a close one." Camera pans up quickly into shell burst. Drifting smoke from the exploded shell still hovers directly over the road. Ambulances, shooting directly down on them from above. As the top of the first ambulance, with a great red cross painted on it, passes below, going out of scene. It is followed by the second, then the third. There is a gaping hole in the top of the third ambulance where a piece of shrapnel has hit it. Interior, third ambulance, shooting from the rear. The only light comes through the little open window close to the driver's head in front. Dimly, the swaying stretchers, suspended at each side of the ambulance, can be discerned. Groans come from the wounded. Wounded man's voice, calling in distress. "Driver, stop! Driver, quick, stop, stop!" A portion of Bonello's face appears outside the little window. Bonello, shooting from the hood of the ambulance. Still driving, one eye on the road, he is leaning across to the little window. Bonello. "What troubles you in there?" Close shot, wounded soldier. Crudely bandaged, he lies on the lower of two stretchers, suspended at one side of the ambulance. He has raised himself on one elbow. There is a look of terror on his face. Bonello's voice. "What do you want to stop for?" The groans of the other wounded continue. Wounded man. "The man up above me." Camera pulls back and pans a trifle, revealing a dark stream of blood coming from the soaked bulge of the stretcher above. The blood is falling on the wounded man below. "He's bleeding to death." Close up, driver's window, shooting from inside ambulance, showing a portion of Bonello's profile on the other side of the window, and in the background, the road up which the ambulance is climbing. Bonello. "Can't stop. Not here. Brakes won't hold." The groans of the wounded go on, unbroken. Road, shooting from below. Up the steep road, away from camera, the ambulances continue their slow journey, vanishing around the turn. lap dissolve into crossroads. In the immediate foreground, seated on a stone at the point where the two roads converge, is a disconsolate-looking Italian infantryman, his back to camera. His rifle lies beside him, propped against the rock. Beyond him may be seen the road approaching the crossroads. Down the road toward the infantrymen come the 3 ambulances. The first machine halts almost beside him. Frederick, with an open map in one hand, leans out from the driver's seat and addresses the infantryman. Frederick, to the soldier, "Which way is Gorizia?" The arm of the seated soldier gestures indifferently. Soldier, "That way, Tenente." But he neither rises nor salutes. Frederick gazes at him curiously an instant. Frederick, "What's the matter with you? Sick?" Soldier, "Yes, Tenente." Frederick gets down from the ambulance. Frederick and soldier. The infantryman on the rock is now facing camera. As Frederick enters scene, the soldier painfully rises and salutes. Frederick, "Where's your regiment?" Soldier indicates the direction from which the ambulance came. "Gone up, into the line again." Frederick, sharply, "In what way are you sick?" Soldier, with a trace of a whine in his voice, "I strained myself, Tenente." Pleadingly, "It's true, it pains me to walk." Frederick, with a jerk of his head, indicating the direction of the trenches, "In that direction, maybe," with a gesture in the opposite direction, "but you could walk back all right if they'd let you, couldn't you?" The soldier doesn't answer. He drops his eyes and shifts his body uneasily. Then he looks up pleadingly. Soldier, pleading, "Please, Tenente, be merciful, take me back to a hospital," gesturing toward the front. "I can't go up there again." Frederick, doubtfully, "Yes, I know. It's no fun up there." Soldier, "They will only make me wear a supporter and send me back into the trenches again. Mother of Mary, I can't." Frederick, turning away, "It's just your bad luck, I guess. I can't do anything." Soldier, with sudden hope, "You talk like an American, Tenente. Are you?" Frederick, surprised, "Yes. Why?" Soldier, eagerly, "Me, I've been there too. Once I was a waiter in the Penn Hotel in Pittsburgh." Frederick, surprised, "Were you?" He laughs. Soldier, pressing his point, "Won't you take me back, Tenente, please?" Frederick, "I have no papers for you. I'd have to turn you over to your own medical officers." Soldier, despairingly, "But they'll only do the same thing as before, make me go back into the line, Tenente." With the ferocity of despair, "I won't go." Driven to anger by fear, "No, no, I won't. Not if they shoot me." Ambulance drivers. They are grouped about the rear of the first ambulance, gaping at the two in the background. Manera makes a move, as if to go to his officer's assistance. Manera, "He is crazy. He'll hurt the Tenente." Bonello catches Manera by the arm, halting him. Bonello, as Manera hesitates, "The Tenente can shoot him if he wants to." Bitterly, "So can any officer." Close up, Frederick's revolver, in its holster. Frederick's hand enters scene and rests on the butt. Frederick, "There's only one way I can help you." His hand closes over the revolver butt. Frederick and soldier, as the latter gazes at the officer hopefully. Frederick lowers his voice and casts a glance over his shoulder at the ambulance drivers in the background. Frederick, eyeing the other again, "Will you do what I tell you?" Soldier, eagerly, "Yes, Tenente, anything." Frederick, "Then hit me," as the other only stares. "Hit me with your fist, as if you're angry." Soldier, doubtfully. But, Tenente, Frederick, do what I say. The soldier draws off and hits the lieutenant in the face with his fist. The other falls backward with the blow, then leaps forward and brings his clubbed revolver crashing down on the other's skull. Ambulance drivers, they are gaping at the scene, frightened. Manera, aghast. Attacking an officer? Bonello, and you see what he got for it. Prostrate soldier. A thin trickle of blood oozes from a cut in his scalp. The officer's booted leg comes into scene and with his foot rolls the unconscious soldier over on his back. Frederick, that will teach you to hit a superior officer. Lap dissolve into tag, close-up. It bears the Red Cross insignia prominently displayed. A man's hand with a pencil fills in the name and regiment of the wounded man and a description of his injury as scalp wound, received in line of duty. Frederick's voice, any of you got an empty stretcher for him? Bonello's voice, the same is empty, one of mine is dead. Got hit again on the way up. Frederick's voice, then get him out and put our friend here in his place. End of Sequence A. Sequence B. Gigantic Red Cross on the roof of a hospital. Camera is shooting down on it from above, revealing that the hospital is a villa, amongst the trees, facing on the principal street of a small town. It is dusk of the same day. Hospital, full shot, shooting from across the street. Along the street, in the foreground, pass a number of camions loaded with Italian infantry, bound for the front. Crowded together as they are in each machine, and loaded down with full marching equipment, most of them are forced to stand up in the open trucks. Camera pans with the camions as they proceed up the street away from the hospital. Coming in the opposite direction, approaching the hospital, the 3 ambulances earlier seen are discerned. Those in the camions, fresh fuel for the fire from which the ambulances are bringing back the ashes, silently eye the vehicles of the wounded as they pass. Close shot, rear of last camion. Passing ambulances in background. Camera pans with it as it passes the ambulances. A youthful Italian infantryman, little more than a boy, silently crosses himself superstitiously. Camera continues to pan after the camion briefly. Hospital entrance. The 3 ambulances draw up in front of it. Frederick, as he alights, stand by. Frederick jumps down from the front seat of the first ambulance and starts up the steps toward the hospital. 3rd ambulance, medium close, as it comes to a halt behind the other 2. Beside Bonello, on the driver's seat, is slumped the corpse of the man who died of the hemorrhage on the road. A tag still dangles from a buttonhole of his open tunic. He is bandaged about the abdomen. He wears no helmet. His head was dropped forward on his chest, like a man sleeping. Bonello, to the dead man, fraternally, stand by. Entrance hall, hospital. It is shadowy in the twilight and deserted, except for the figure of Frederick, who is looking about, surprised, for someone in charge. He stands at an orderly's desk, close to the front door of the hall, and bangs on a bell there, impatiently. No one comes. In niches around the walls are statues, mainly portrait busts of illustrious Austrian and German soldiers and statesmen. The place is a converted palazzo, stripped of its hangings, but much of the former occupants' furniture has been permitted to remain, contrasting sharply with the hospital gear. Frederick, orderly, orderly! Still getting no response, he shrugs and turns away. He crosses the hall to a pair of glass doors which he opens. Corridor, shooting at an angle toward entrance hall. The corridor is deserted. In the background, Frederick advances through the glass doors, pauses at the first open door on his left, and enters, looking about him. Abandoned operating room. Frederick, his back to camera, stands just within the room. It is deserted, but contains typical operating room furnishings. In the far wall is another door marked Head Nurse. Frederick crosses to it, knocks briefly, and enters. Head Nurse's office. Behind a desk is seated the head nurse. She is a middle-aged woman of stern mien, in uniform. With a leg flung over one corner of the desk is an English medical major. Facing him is a young girl in a nurse's uniform. She is crying. As Frederick enters, the major is saying to her severely, "Just as guilty as a soldier would be who deserted his post under fire. I'm making an example of you." Suddenly aware of Frederick, he pauses, with an accusing finger still upraised. There is an instant of silence during which only the young nurse's sobs can be heard. She, like the others, gazes at the intruder in momentary astonishment, but her tears go on unchecked. Frederick: "I beg your pardon. I've got some wounded outside. I was looking for—" Major: "You want the Italian unit. We're English here." Frederick is looking at the nurse with curiosity and sympathy. Frederick: "Yes, sir. Number 207. Head nurse: "They're in the other wing," gesturing. "They moved in today." Major: "You can go out that way, straight ahead." He indicates a door across the room. Frederick, saluting in the English manner: "Thank you, Major." He starts toward the door. Comfortingly, he pats the shoulder of the girl nurse as he passes her. At the door, medium close shot. Frederick enters, turns with his hand on the doorknob, and smiles reassuringly at the nurse. Instrument room. In the background is the door to the head nurse's office, on which is printed the legend, "Head Nurse." The door opens. Frederick backs into the room to the surprise of the half-dozen or more nurses and orderlies there. Ostensibly busy cleaning instruments or arranging them in the glass cases along the walls, they have gathered there to await the outcome of the scene in the head nurse's office. One is on a ladder at some shelves high on the wall. She is peeking through the closed transom of the head nurse's office. Frederick is equally surprised to see them. He closes the door behind him, realizes what the nurses are there for, grins at them. They hastily resume their tasks. Frederick and girl on ladder, medium close shot. Almost caught eavesdropping, she turns in confusion and busies herself at the shelves. He shakes a finger at her admonishingly. Frederick: "Tut, tut." Camera pulls back before him as he strides down the length of the instrument room toward the door at the far end. Nurse after nurse comes into the camera as it moves. Frederick has a glance and a grin for each. Frederick, to a nurse in passing: "What's the girlfriend been doing?" As she doesn't answer, another nurse, Helen Ferguson, comes into view. Camera halts and holds on her as Frederick goes past camera, out of scene. She gazes after him antagonistically. Ferguson, loud enough for him to hear: "Typical Italian conceit." Door, as Frederick goes out. He only laughs for answer. Catherine, close shot. She is on the ladder and looking through the transom. She holds a warning hand upraised. Catherine: "Shh." She cranes her neck, the better to see through the transom into the head nurse's office. Double cut. Instrument room, medium shot. All the nurses suspend their tasks to watch Catherine and to listen. Head nurse's office. Through the transom from Catherine's angle. The major has risen now to deliver the high spot of his lecture. The head nurse is nodding her head in grim approval. The culprit is weeping more copiously than ever. You cannot hear what they are saying, for the transom is closed. The Major finishes dramatically. The culprit winces perceptibly, then extends her hands and seems to be pleading. The Major weakens, but the head nurse shakes her head and speaks. Ladder, medium shot. The nurses are gathered about the foot of the ladder, watching Catherine. She peers through the transom with manifest sympathy. She whispers without turning to the other nurses. Catherine, I think they're sending her back to England. A tall nurse, that's a dirty shame. A plump one, she'll be disgraced. A nurse with nose glasses, it's regulations. The tall nurse, at least they might let her have her baby here. A little nurse, if they send her back, now all her friends will know. The plump one, and her family. Ferguson, it's her own fault, falling in love with a fancy uniform. Catherine, still watching through transom, the Major acts sorry for her. He'd let her stay. It's the head nurse. Shh, here they come. She hastily starts down ladder. Instrument room, full shot. Catherine comes off the ladder and busies herself at the lower shelves. The other nurses, too, get busy as the door opens. In silence, the three come out of head nurse's office. Head nurse, to the assembled nurses, well, is it necessary for us all to be here at one time? Sharply, you orderlies get back to your posts. To the culprit, you will be packed and ready to leave within the hour. Culprit nurse, close shot. She bows her head. She cannot look at the head nurse nor at the others. The camera trucks after her as she moves down the room, eyes cast down. Each nurse, in turn, looks away as she passes, more in fear of the head nurse than for lack of sympathy. Catherine, close shot, as she notes with resentment that all the others are afraid. Catherine, suddenly, loudly, Molly! Instrument room, full shot. All are surprised, especially the head nurse, who is shocked. Molly pauses at the sound of her name and turns her tear-stained face in surprise. Catherine walks down the room to her. There is absolute silence. Catherine, as she comes up to Molly, can't I help you pack? Molly, stupefied, why, I guess so, if you want to. Catherine, of course I want to. She takes the other girl's arm. Together they continue to the door at the far end of the room and go out. Close shot, Major and head nurse, standing in the open door to the head nurse's office. The head nurse looks deeply offended. The Major is smiling faintly. Major, softly, good girl. Head nurse, icily, I beg your pardon? Major, with sudden boldness, the only human being in the lot of us. He turns on his heel and disappears into her office. She draws herself up to her full height. Head nurse, addressing the other nurses out of scene, I am sorry Miss Barclay appears to sympathize with someone who has disgraced the uniform we all wear. She looks startled as a distant sound is heard, clearly resembling the raspberry. Close shot, tall nurse. With an innocent air, she deliberately tears a long strip of adhesive tape, making the sound like the raspberry. Door to head nurse's office. As the head nurse decides to ignore the matter, turns and re-enters her office. Another raspberry sound. Lap, dissolve into, washroom door, shooting from outside. It is just opening outward, revealing a wash basin within. Frederick is bending over it, his back to camera. He is spluttering as he washes his face. Camera pulls back, revealing an Italian, in surgeon's operating uniform, who is opening the door. He is Major Rinaldi, about 35 years of age, striking in appearance and dynamic of personality. His uniform is soiled with blood and other stains. He takes off his rubber gloves as he enters the washroom. Washroom, medium close shot, Frederick. He straightens up from the basin and turns toward Rinaldi. He is still lathered about the ears with soap suds. His shirt and tunic are off. Rinaldi, as he stops short, recognizing Frederick. Rinaldi, delighted. Baby! Washroom, full shot. Frederick makes a gesture of greeting and grins. Frederick. Hello, Rini. Rinaldi excitedly seizes Frederick, clasps him fraternally, and tries to kiss him. Frederick pushes him away, laughing a little, embarrassed by this show of emotion. Get away, you're filthy. Rinaldi laughs. You Anglo-Saxons, eyeing Frederick critically, you're not too clean yourself. He starts removing his operating apron. Wash bowls, medium close shot, as Rinaldi starts to run the water in the wash bowl. Rinaldi, explosively. Did you bring me some good cases, baby? Did you have trouble finding us? How do you feel? Is there going to be an offensive? Were you under fire? Madonna, but I worried about you. He has started to wash. Frederick, indicating other's soiled operating gown. Yes, I can see how much time you spent worrying. Rinaldi, 7 operations today, baby, and 1 was beautiful. I took the heart out. He illustrates with a cake of soap he holds in one hand. It lay in my hand and beat like this. You should have seen, it was lovely. There is a momentary pause as he soaps his face. Soon Rinaldi will be the best surgeon in all of the Corps, then in all the army, someday in all of Italy. Frederick, bantering. Why not in all the world? Rinaldi has his face covered with soap suds. Rinaldi, quite seriously. Why not? For answer, Frederick throws some soap suds in his face. Rinaldi merely adds them to the lather already there. As he continues washing, you will like it here. Frederick is wiping his hands and face. Frederick, what kind of town is it? Any girls? Rinaldi, yes, many beautiful English nurses. Frederick, no, I mean girls. Rinaldi, girls too, a whole house full. Frederick, with interest, another Villa Rossa? Rinaldi, some have never been at the front before. Frederick, cynically, perhaps. Frederick starts to don his tunic. Rinaldi, but the English nurses are much nicer. The most beautiful is Miss Barclay. He finishes washing and turns and faces Frederick with an important air. I am in love with her. Frederick laughs. Does she know it? Rinaldi, not yet. Have you any money? Frederick, yes. Rinaldi, lend me 50 lire. Frederick, what for? Rinaldi, I must make on Miss Barclay the impression of a man of sufficient wealth. Frederick, laughing. All right. Thank you. You are my great and good friend and financial protector. You're an ass. Rinaldi, close shot. Rinaldi only smiles. He starts to button his tunic. Rinaldi, now we can eat and drink, and then I will take you to meet Miss Barclay. You will make for me a good impression on her. Frederick and Rinaldi, medium close shot. Rinaldi, ready to go, takes Frederick's arm. Frederick, holding back. No, wait a minute. Rinaldi, yes, you must, and you can have an English nurse too. There's a little one named Ferguson. She is also very nice. Frederick, definitely. No. Rinaldi, surprised. No. No. We will eat and drink, and then we'll go meet the girls who have never been at the front before. Yes? Rinaldi looks at him, smiles, then nods his head. Yes. Fade out. End of sequence B. Sequence C. Fade in. A shuttered window. Night. Medium close. Light streams from the shutters. They are partially open. All view of the interior is shut off, however, except the edge of a table by the window on which repose a bottle and a woman's bare legs in high-heel slippers. From the street, out of scene, come the sound of many hoofs on cobblestones, shuffling feet, with now and then an officer's short-barked order and the cry of the muleteer. Gorizia Street, medium shot. In the roadway past the window stream a column of mules loaded with ammunition, the drivers walking along beside the mules wearing red fezzes. The camera pans down the street, revealing the mule train crossing a public square in the background. Shuttered window, medium close, shooting from within. In this angle, at first you see only Rinaldi, the bottle of wine, and the woman's slippered feet on the table edge. Frederick leans into the scene. Somewhere in the house, a piano is playing, and a tenor voice is singing an Italian street song. The song continues throughout the scene. Occasionally, laughter is heard off-scene, as from another room. Frederick, he is speaking to the owner of the feet. Do you know what an American is? The feet. Yes. Frederick, he is solemnly tipsy. What is it? As there is no immediate answer, he turns to Rinaldi. See, she doesn't know. To the feet again. Well, I'm an American. Rinaldi smiles. The feet uncross themselves, then cross again. The feet. Then what are you doing in the Italian army? Frederick thinks it over a moment solemnly. Drinking, mostly. Rinaldi, sipping his wine. He happened to be in Italy when the war broke out, and he liked the uniform. Frederick. Wrong. I liked the language. The feet. What were you doing in Italy? Frederick removes the uppermost shoe and gazes studiously at the lady's bare toes while he answers. Frederick. Studying. The feet, with a giggle. Studying what? Frederick. Architecture. Do you know what that is? The feet, wriggling its toes. Yes. Frederick, skeptically. What? As there is no immediate definition forthcoming, he turns again to Rinaldi. Frederick. So, she doesn't know. He turns to the foot with a grin. Well, neither do I. Rinaldi, indulgently. You've had too much wine, baby. Frederick. It's filthy wine. It takes the enamel off your tooth and leaves it on the roof of your mouth. Where were we? Rinaldi. Architecture. Frederick. Yes, look. I'll explain. He holds up the shoe to illustrate, running his fingers beneath the arched instep. This, my dear, is called an arch. There is a sudden explosion outdoors, loud but not too near. The three of them look up and listen. Austrian bomber in the sky. It is cruising across the night sky. A black cross is painted on its fuselage. The pilot, peering over the sky, signals to the observer in the seat behind him. Close shot, observer, in the rear cockpit. As he acknowledges the other's signal, peers through the bomb sight and releases a bomb. Falling bomb. Seen through the bomb trap of the plane. It drops, whirling toward the lights of the town below. Public square. As the bomb strikes and explodes, close to the ammunition-laden mules crossing the square. The mules squeal and scatter. Mule, lying on its back. It is kicking frantically and squealing, unable to rise. Ruined house. The whole front wall of the house has been blown off. Debris is still falling. Dirt and smoke rise from the wreckage. Doorway. From the door of a darkened shop, the plate glass window of which has been broken, runs the proprietor in his nightshirt, followed by his wife, a middle-aged woman in her night clothes. Exterior hospital at rear. This would be a remote wing of the building, now devoted to sleeping quarters for the nurses. A bomb strikes in the adjacent garden, shattering a hothouse and spattering the wall of the wing with glass. Screams and confusion in the semi-darkness. Windows are thrown open. Nurses in nightdress begin issuing from the side door. Side door, close shot. Catherine Barclay appears in the doorway. One nurse comes out just ahead of her. Other nurses are behind her. There is another explosion, louder than the first. Catherine, amid shrieks from the other nurses, runs out of the scene. Shuttered window. Shooting from street. It is flung open from within. Frederick leaps out, hatless and without his tunic. In one hand he still carries the high-heeled slipper of the girl, from which he had been drinking. He dashes out of the scene as another bomb is heard. Interior, the house, medium shot, hallway, leading to the street door. Shrieking with terror, girls and male customers are racing out the street door in background. Some are hurrying down a flight of stairs from the floor above. Others come from the door of the main room close to the foot of the stairs. None is fully dressed. They are in night clothes, underthings, kimonos. A few have flung overcoats or even sheets about them to hide their nakedness. The last to come down the stairs are two young Italian officers. One of them has on only an undershirt and a pair of pants. He is still fixing his belt and is carrying his boots. The other wears his boots, but his tunic is flung over one arm. First Italian officer, mournfully, "It would happen just at that second." The second Italian officer laughs. As the last of them dash out into the street, a girl appears, coming from the main room. She has thrown a shawl about her, leaving only her legs naked. She is hobbling along on one high-heeled slipper and one bare foot. As she runs out the door, the explosion of another bomb in the street is heard. Shop areaway, shooting from street. The areaway is 2 or 3 steps down from the sidewalk. It is partially protected by the overhang of the shop, which extends almost to the sidewalk line. Catherine, in night clothes and dressing gown, races down the sidewalk. She falters an instant, looking for a place to hide. As another bomb is heard in the distance, she flings herself down the steps into the areaway. A moment later, from the opposite direction, comes Frederick. In his hand, he still clutches the slipper. He likewise leaps down into the areaway. Frederick and Catherine, medium close. It is too dark in the areaway for them to see each other. He bumps into her. Areaway, full shot. Frederick collides with Catherine in the areaway and puts an arm around her to save her from falling. Then both crouch on the flagstones. It is too dark for them to see each other. Another bomb explodes nearby. A little exclamation of fear from Catherine. Frederick, close shot. He is squatting on the flags at Catherine's feet, which are also in this angle. One foot is shod in a satin mule. The other is bare, for she has dropped a slipper in her fright. Frederick, looking only at the feet, resumes his interrupted discourse. Frederick, illustrating with the slipper in his hand, "The arch, my dear, is perhaps the oldest of architectural devices. Arch, architecture." Frederick pronounces the CH precisely, as in arch. The very word will tell you how inextricably the two are one. Catherine, close up. She stares at Frederick wide-eyed, convinced she has encountered a lunatic. Meantime, his voice continues. The arch is to architecture what grass is to the grasshopper, what water is to the watermelon, what money is to you. Frederick, from her angle. He is brandishing the slipper and talking gravely to her foot, which are in this angle. In a word, my dear, architecture is the most ancient of the arts, just as yours is the most ancient of the professions. Here, put on your shoe, or you'll get cold feet. He fits the slipper on her bare foot and finds the slipper too big. Also, he notes that it doesn't match with the satin mule on her other foot. Which two problems he ponders gravely. Frederick and Catherine, medium close. His words and the slipper have made her realize what he takes her for. A flicker of amusement lights up her eyes and is quickly gone. She withdraws her foot and rises. Catherine, severely, if you please, I'd like to go now. The air raid seems to be over. Ferguson's voice, off-scene. Catherine! Oh, Catherine! She starts toward the sidewalk. Frederick, close shot. As her variously shod feet approach, he moves aside slightly to let her pass. But he is looking in wonderment now, not at her feet, but up at her face out of scene. Ferguson's voice, nearer now. Catherine! Catherine's voice. Here I am, dear, coming. Her feet vanish from the scene. Frederick's eyes follow her out. Sidewalk, from his angle. Ferguson wears a quilted dressing gown and slippers, being more dressed in her undress than if she were dressed. Catherine enters to her from the areaway. Ferguson, relieved. I was so worried. Catherine, did you think I'd been blown away? Ferguson, I didn't know what to think. I searched the entire hospital for you. She sees Frederick. Who's that man? Catherine looks at him too. I don't know. Some lunatic. She takes Ferguson's arm and they exit from the scene. Frederick, close shot. Still sitting on the flagstones of the areaway, he gazes after them in rueful bewilderment. Fade out. End of sequence C. Alternate sequence CC. Fade in. Night. Shuttered window, medium close. Shooting from street. Light streams from the shutters. They are partially open. All view of the interior is shut off, however, except for the edge of a table on which reposes a bottle and a woman's bare legs, in high-heeled slippers. From the street, out of scene, comes the sound of many shuffling feet going by. The sharp cries of muleteers and orders of officers may be heard. Gorizia Street. Past the shuttered window in background, a steady file of mules laden with ammunition boxes are plodding by in the darkness. Camera pans down the street. The line of mules extends across a public square in the background. Shuttered window. Shooting out into the street from within. Only the bottle and the woman's slippered feet on the table edge may be seen in the foreground. Through the shutters is heard the sound of the passing ammunition mules and the voices of the officers. Out of scene, within the room, a whore's voice is singing softly. In the scene appears the face of Rinaldi. He leans forward and peers out the shutters, opening them still wider. Rinaldi, as he sees the mules. So. He half turns from the window and addresses Frederick Henry, out of scene. The war starts again. There are ammunition mules going up. The singing of the whore continues. Frederick leans across the table into scene and helps himself to wine. He is clearly drunk. His tunic is off. Frederick, to Rinaldi, forget the war, addressing the feet. You see, my dear, I was studying architecture. Do you know what that is? The feet. Yes. Frederick, skeptically. What? As there is no immediate definition forthcoming, he turns again to Rinaldi, solemnly tipsy. See, she doesn't know. He grins. Well, neither do I. Rinaldi, moody from drink. Maybe it is true what they say, that we attack next week. The king went by this afternoon. Frederick, mockingly. How do you know? Is he a friend of yours? Rinaldi. It was a small gray car, and there was a little man in the back seat between two generals, and you could only see the top of his hat, and the car was going very fast. That's the king. Frederick, impatiently. Forget the king. To the feet. Where were we, sweetheart? Rinaldi, indulgently. You've had too much wine, baby. Frederick. It's filthy wine. It takes the enamel off your teeth and leaves it on the roof of your mouth. What was I talking about? Rinaldi. Architecture. Frederick. Yes, look, I'll show you. He takes off one of the girl's high-heeled slippers and runs his fingers beneath the arched instep. This, my dear, is called an arch. The arch is to architecture, pronouncing the CH soft, what grass is to the grasshopper, what water is to the watermelon, what money is. There is a sudden explosion outdoors, loud but not too near. Frederick and Rinaldi turn toward the window and listen. Faintly, the drone of an airplane motor is heard outside. Austrian bomber in the sky. It is cruising across the night sky. A black cross is painted on its fuselage. The pilot, peering over the side, signals to the observer in the seat behind him. Close shot, observer, in the rear cockpit. As he acknowledges the other's signal, peers through the bomb sight and releases a bomb. Falling bomb. Seen through the bomb trap of the plane. It drops, whirling toward the lights of the town below. Public square. As the bomb strikes and explodes, close to the ammunition-laden mules crossing the square. The mules squeal and scatter. Mule, lying on its back. It is kicking frantically and squealing, unable to rise. Equestrian statue. Outlined against the night sky is a plunging bronze horse with a medieval warrior in bronze on his back, with his sword half raised. The statue stands in a recess off the public square in the background. Bronze sword, close up. The sword's end has been snapped off by a flying bomb fragment which has left it jagged and sharp. Exterior, Villa Rossa, shuttered window, shooting from street. It is flung open from within. Frederick leaps out, hatless and without his tunic. In one hand he still carries the high-heeled slipper of the girl. He dashes out of the scene as another bomb is heard. Exterior, Villa Rossa, long shot. As a bomb strikes it, shattering a portion of its front wall. Street door of Villa Rossa. Shrieking with terror, girls and male customers are racing out into the street over the debris. None are fully dressed. They are in night clothes, underthings, kimonos. A few have flung overcoats about them to hide their nakedness. Amongst them are two young Italian officers. One of them has on only an undershirt and a pair of pants. He is still fixing his belt and is carrying his boots. The other wears his boots, but his tunic is flung over one arm. First Italian officer, mournfully. It would happen just at that second. The second Italian officer laughs. Finally, the last to come out is a girl with only a shawl over her night clothes. She is hobbling along on one high-heeled slipper and one bare foot. As she reaches the street, the explosion of another bomb is heard further away. Shop areaway, shooting from street. The areaway is 2 or 3 steps down from the sidewalk. It is partially protected by the overhang of the shop. which extends almost to the sidewalk line. Catherine, in night clothes and dressing gown, races down the sidewalk. She falters an instant, looking for a place to hide. As another bomb is heard in the distance, she flings herself down the steps into the areaway. A moment later, from the opposite direction, comes Frederick. In his hand, he still clutches the slipper. He likewise leaps down into the areaway. Frederick and Catherine, medium close shot. It is dark in the areaway. He bumps into her without seeing her. Frederick, surprised. Sorry. He peers at her drunkenly. Suddenly, he realizes she is in night clothes. Oh, he laughs. So they interrupted you too. They both cower back instinctively as the whistle of a falling bomb is heard, followed by a very loud explosion which shatters the window behind them. Falling bits of stone rattle into the areaway, followed by dust and smoke drifting in. There is a long moment of silence, except for the sound of the airplane growing fainter and fainter as it makes off. Catherine, in a small voice, I wish they'd go away. Frederick, are you English? Yes, why? I didn't know they had any English girls up here. They haven't many. Frederick, ignoring her, where were you? Upstairs? Catherine, surprised. Upstairs? Why, yes, of course. If I'd have known that, I'd have been up there too. Catherine, utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Frederick, I'm crazy about you. I didn't know they ever provided English girls in a place like that, even in a house for officers. Catherine, beginning to understand. What? Catherine, close shot, as she sees the slipper in his hand. His words and the slipper have made her realize what he takes her for. A flicker of amusement lights up her eyes. Catherine, oh, very timid. If you please, I'd like to go now. The air raid seems to be over. Ferguson's voice, off-scene. Catherine! Oh, Catherine! She starts toward the sidewalk. Catherine, here I am, Fergie. Frederick, close shot. He gapes after her, realizing his mistake. Sidewalk, from his angle. Ferguson has approached. She is in her nurse's uniform, having been on night duty. Catherine enters to her from areaway. Ferguson, reproachfully. Cat, I was terribly worried. Catherine laughs. Think I'd been blown up? Ferguson, I've been looking all over. Nobody saw where you went. She sees Frederick, surprised. Who's that man? Group, shooting from street. In the foreground on the sidewalk are the two girls. Dimly in the areaway, Frederick may be seen. Catherine, him? Obviously for Frederick's benefit. Oh, he's quite harmless. She laughs, takes Ferguson's arm, and they start away. Frederick, close shot. The high-heeled slipper still in his hand, he gazes after them in rueful bewilderment. Catherine's voice, mockingly as she goes. Poor man, he's blind. Finally, with a muttered exclamation, he flings the slipper down, disgusted with himself. Fade out. End of alternate sequence C. Sequence D. Fade in. Interior, Italian officer's mess night, close-up, wine flask. It is a grass-covered gallon flask. It swings in a metal cradle. A man's hand, Rinaldi's, enters scene holding a glass. With his forefinger, he pulls the neck of the flask down. The wine runs, clear, into the glass. From out of scene may be heard an Italian male singer's voice, too florid to be good, in the midst of an operatic aria. English major's voice. What I say is it's all balls. Camera, on boom, pulls back and up, revealing the English major, previously seen in the hospital, and Rinaldi. They are standing by a small table against the wall. Rinaldi extends to the Englishman the glass of wine he has just filled. English major: "You Italians have bitten off more than you can chew. You Italians are cooked." Rinaldi shrugs. "Everybody is cooked." Suspended above the table is a large mirror. Reflected in the glass may be seen the Italian officers' mess room. It is well filled with Italian and English officers and a number of English nurses. All are in uniforms. Rinaldi and the English major move away from the table. Camera pans, then trucks after them across the room, through an open double doorway into the salon. As Rinaldi and the English major go on out of scene, camera lingers on a piano being played by an officer and the singer, the ambulance driver, Bonello, in uniform. After a moment, camera swoops across the salon where nurses and officers sit stiffly listening. The nurses are prim under the vigilant eye of the head nurse. The officers, especially the British, look bored. Camera halts on Catherine and Ferguson. Catherine stifles a yawn. Behind them, by the open window which looks out on a garden, stand a group of officers, smoking and facing the garden. Camera pulls back and moves to officers at window. Amongst them is a young priest. He, like the others, is in uniform. Above the left breast pocket of his gray tunic is sewn a small cross of dark red velvet. Italian captain, baiting the priest. "The priest wants the Austrians to win the war." Priest, with a weary air as if this baiting were an old custom. "No, it is not true." The captain smiles at getting a rise out of the priest. Italian lieutenant: "But you don't want us to attack." Priest: "If there must be a war, I suppose we have to attack. But so many die that way." Italian captain, mockingly: "But what is death to a Christian?" The priest, distressed, turns away without answering. Camera follows him, then swoops ahead of him across the room, this time to the arched entrance to the hall. Here stand Rinaldi with the English major, an Italian surgeon, and the Italian major. Italian surgeon: "Italy will win the war and return to the splendors of Rome." Rinaldi: "Rome is hot and full of fleas." Group, shooting from hall. Standing just beyond the hall doorway in the salon, their backs partially turned to the hall. From the salon in the background, the priest joins the group, facing the hall. The singer finishes. There is a polite patter of applause. Italian major: "Rome is a beautiful city." English major, politely: "Isn't it called the mother and father of nations?" Italian major: "Roma is feminine. She cannot be the father." Rinaldi, smiling: "Then who is the father?" They all laugh, except the priest, who sees something out of scene and steps around the group, going toward the hall. Camera pulls back and pans swiftly ahead of priest to hall. From the front door toward the stairs in the foreground, close to the salon door, comes Frederick, wearing a steel helmet and gas mask. He is removing them as he approaches. Priest's voice, halting him: "Ah, Federico." The priest enters scene as Frederick reaches the foot of the stairs. Priest: "You are back safe. I am glad." Frederick, smiling warmly: "Hello, Father." He shakes hands with the priest. Italian surgeon's voice, mockingly: "The priest prayed for you, Federico." Hall, full shot, with door to salon in background. The Italian surgeon in the salon doorway laughs. Italian surgeon: Every time you go up, he does the same. Priest, hurt. I pray for you all. Frederick drops his gas mask and helmet beside the foot of the stairs. Rinaldi steps past the priest and greets Frederick tempestuously as usual. Rinaldi, baby, you are late. How is it up there? Quiet? You nearly missed the party. It is very dull. But Miss Barkley is here, and her friend Miss Ferguson, the one you will like. Come. He urges Frederick, who is half unwilling, into the salon. Salon full shot. The pianist is sorting music sheets in search of an encore number. The singer is bowing again and again to light scattered applause. Rinaldi and Frederick cut across the room toward Catherine and Ferguson. French window, medium shot. Close to the window, Ferguson and Catherine are still seated. Ferguson finishes applauding dutifully. Out of the side of her mouth, Catherine reproaches her. Catherine, low, Fergie, don't encourage him. Frederick and Rinaldi enter the scene. Rinaldi, Miss Barkley, as she turns, surprised. May I present my friend and war brother, Lieutenant Henry. Catherine, close up, as she recognizes Frederick and smiles faintly. Rinaldi's voice, he has just returned back from the front. Catherine, still smiling at Frederick but not offering her hand. How do you do? Frederick, close shot. He recognizes her and looks a little sheepish, but he recovers and bows a little stiffly. Group at French window. Rinaldi, not observing their recognition of each other, has turned toward Ferguson with a matchmaker's air. Rinaldi, and this is Miss Ferguson. Ferguson, not recognizing him, how do you do? Frederick bows again. The piano starts to play out of scene. Rinaldi, with an apprehensive look in the direction of the singer, quick, let us go in the garden. He begins again, that fellow. Catherine rises, laughing, and follows Rinaldi through the window. Ferguson seems about to go too, but glances out of scene toward the head nurse. Head nurse, from Ferguson's angle. She is watching the group at the window with obvious disapproval. Frederick and Ferguson. She hesitates about going. Frederick, totally unaware of her existence, goes quickly after the others, as the singer begins another aria. Garden, full shot. As Frederick comes from the French windows of the salon in the foreground. Rinaldi and Catherine are crossing the darkened garden in the background. It is a small garden, not too nicely kept. It is shut off from the street by a low wall in the background, over which, intermittently, tops of lorries pass, or a tractor bearing a big gun, strapped in its tarpaulin and camouflaged on top with green branches, all bound for the front. The faint noise from the street blends with the music from the house. Close to the stone wall, which overlooks the street, is the inevitable Italian fountain with a carved stone bench before it. Rinaldi, to Catherine, over here is a bench. As the other two cross toward the fountain, Frederick still lingers just outside the French window. At the bench, medium close. Rinaldi leads Catherine in. She sits down. Rinaldi, you stay here. I will find something for us to drink. Asti, grappa, vermouth, which do you like? Catherine laughs, all of them. Rinaldi, gallantly, then you shall have them all. He hurries off. French window, medium close shot, shooting from garden. Frederick's back is to the lighted window. With one hand he clings to the handle, keeping the window closed, while someone tugs at it from inside. French window, close shot, shooting from within salon. It is Ferguson who is trying to open the window and go out. Unable to do so, she gives up trying and turns away. Garden. In the foreground is the fountain. Through the spray may be seen Catherine seated on the bench. In the background, Frederick is cutting across the garden toward her, his figure silhouetted against the light from the French windows of the salon. Bench, medium close shot. Catherine sees Frederick coming and smiles. Frederick, entering. Nice out here. Catherine, isn't it? He sits beside her with rather the air of a man moving in. She edges away just a little. Catherine, we seem fated to bump into each other in the dark. Frederick, puzzled. What? Catherine, I'd have brought the slipper you lent me if I'd known you'd be here. Frederick, slipper? Her identity dawns on him. Oh! He grins unabashed. I'm sorry about that. I took you for someone else. Catherine, so I gathered. Frederick, I'd been drinking. I'd gathered that too. Mad? No. You're American, aren't you? Yes. What are you doing in the Italian army? It's not really the army, it's only the ambulance. It's very odd, though. Why did you do it? I don't know. Why did you? I joined up in England. Besides, the boy I was engaged to had gone across. She looks up as she sees Rinaldi approaching. Bench, wider angle. Rinaldi nears the bench, carrying a bottle and 2 glasses. He is discomfited to see Frederick with her. Rinaldi, sourly, Where is Miss Ferguson? Frederick, cheerfully, Why don't you go and see? He reaches for the bottle and glasses, but Rinaldi withholds them. Catherine, knowing full well that she is making a choice, Do bring her out, Captain Rinaldi. Frederick grins at him in covert triumph and reaches for the bottle and glasses. Rinaldi has no course but to yield them, which he does with ill grace. He turns petulantly away. Frederick, when he has gone, he's sore. Catherine, what about? Because I'm here with you. The ladies prefer him as a rule. As he speaks, he fills a glass. Now he proffers it to her. Have some? Catherine, no thanks. He drains it himself and puts it with the bottle and the other glass on the bench, and rises. Frederick, take a walk? Catherine, after just a shade of hesitation, yes, let's. She rises too. Catherine and Frederick, close shot. The camera moves with them across the garden to the street gate. Frederick, where is he now? Catherine, who? The boy you're engaged to. He's dead. Oh. He was killed in the Somme. Had you been engaged long? 8 years. We grew up together. And why didn't you marry? They have reached the gate now. They stop. Catherine, close up. She ponders the question somberly. She seems to be speaking as much to herself as to him. I don't know. If I had to do it over again, I'd have married him. Or anything. You see, I didn't know then what war was like. But now I do. Garden gate, medium shot. He opens the gate. A lorry is passing. Frederick, out this way. He holds the gate open for her. She goes out. He follows, closing it behind him. Street, at the gate. The camera precedes them at an angle which features her as they move slowly along the garden wall. Catherine, as they walk. When I joined up, I remember having the silly idea he might come to the hospital where I was. With a saber cut, I suppose, and a bandage round his head, or shot through the shoulder. Something picturesque. Frederick, this is the picturesque front. Not France. Catherine. No. He didn't have a saber cut. They blew him to bits. There is a silence. They walk along, she lost in her memories, he wishing she would snap out of it and come to more joyous things. She is looking at the distant mountains. Mountains, from her angle. They are dark against a starry sky. A searchlight plays among them and is suddenly cut off. Garden, at the fountain. The bottles and glasses stand on the bench, catching the light from the window. Rinaldi enters, looks about for Frederick and Catherine, fails to see them, thinks the worst, shrugs cynically, picks up the brandy bottle, and returns with it to the house. Public square, medium long shot. Set back from the street, in a niche of its own, in the shadow of a church, is the equestrian statue. The bronze horse rears, the rider leans forward with upraised sword. On the pedestal beneath, the upflung feet of the horse, sit Catherine and Frederick. Catherine and Frederick, closer angle. It is dark under the bronze horse and very secluded. Frederick. I often come out here alone to think. He looks off thoughtfully. She looks at him. Catherine, after a pause. What are you thinking about now? Frederick. About whiskey. What about whiskey? About how nice it is. She laughs. He laughs too, and reaches for her. Catherine, sharply, no. As he does not let go, she says more sharply, please. Still he does not release her. Frederick, why not? He tries to kiss her. Catherine, no. Frederick, yes. He leans nearer. She slaps his face hard. He lets her go and blinks from the reflex of the blow. Catherine, did I hurt you? I'm sorry. Frederick, you were quite right. Catherine, I'm dreadfully sorry, really. I just couldn't stand the nurse's evening off aspect of it. But did I hurt you? It's all right. I don't mind at all. Poor man. Frederick, thoughtfully. You see, I have been leading a sort of funny life. I never even talk English. After a momentary pause. And besides, you are so very beautiful. Catherine, you don't need to say a lot of nonsense. I said I'm sorry. We do get along. Frederick, nursing his nose. Don't we? Catherine laughs. You're sweet. Frederick, on a note of warning. No, I'm not. Catherine, yes, you're a dear. I'd be glad to kiss you now, if you don't mind. He hesitates a moment, looking deep into her eyes. Then he draws her to him and kisses her briefly. Then, more deliberately, he kisses her again. This time she leans nearer, submissively, her body relaxed. Her arms embrace him, instinctively, ever so lightly. This way the camera leaves them, panning upward until it holds in focus only the bronze warrior with the uplifted sword. Salon window, medium close, shooting from within. The head nurse and Miss Ferguson are leaning out into the garden looking for Catherine. Rinaldi comes into the scene, a glint of mischief in his eye. As they turn into the room and see him, he effaces the smile from his lips and assumes an expression of polite concern. Rinaldi, you are looking for someone? Head nurse, have you seen Miss Barclay? Rinaldi, deliberately evasive. Miss Barclay? Ferguson, in genuine concern. Didn't she go out there with you? Rinaldi, with me? No. Ferguson, but just a little while ago. Rinaldi interrupts with sly deliberation. I thought I saw her go out the garden gate with Lieutenant Henry. He waits for militant disapproval to light up the head nurse's eye and grins secretly when he sees it. Head nurse: She went out with an officer? Alone? Rinaldi pretends to cover up. Perhaps I was mistaken. It is quite dark out there. Ferguson, loyally: She wouldn't do that. Rinaldi: No, I'm sure I was mistaken. Head nurse: Where is she then? He shrugs deprecatingly. Miss Ferguson looks alarmed. The head nurse looks forbidding. Frederick and Catherine close. He is on the top step of the statue's base, and she is on the step just below, half leaning, half lying against him, her face turned up to his. He is looking down into her eyes, stroking her hair. Frederick: You're a grand girl. Catherine: I'm a crazy girl. Why? To do this. It's nice, and you're beautiful. Isn't that enough? He tilts up her chin and kisses it, outwardly the lover ardent and sincere, but inwardly on the make and carefully estimating his chances. Catherine, musingly: It's nice. I suppose that has to be enough for people who are living as we live out here. Frederick: Back home I'd have courted you and sent you flowers. Out here you crowd it all into 1 hour. Frederick, shamelessly exploiting her sympathies: Look, tomorrow morning I go up to the front again, and if a shell got me, or a stray bullet, and you never saw me again, we'd both be sorry that we'd been formal and waited. As he spoke, his left arm has been slowly encircling her neck, while his right has traveled slowly, caressingly down her side until it is around her waist. Now he abruptly stops speaking, only to continue in an eager, passionate strain. Frederick: Besides, what's there so fine in putting it off, dragging it out, giving me your lips tonight, your throat tomorrow? I want you now, all of you. This time, as he speaks, he is lifting her up, drawing her over upon himself, so that the dark cloth of her dress swings into the camera and obscures the scene. She yields with closed eyes. Mountain, long shot. Artillery flashes like summer lightning. The distant boom of big guns. Equestrian statue, long shot. Shooting toward it from across the square. From this distance, you cannot penetrate the shadows in which Frederick and Catherine lie under the belly of the bronze horse. Troops pass in the foreground, marching to the front. Catherine and Frederick close up. They are half lying, side by side, looking into each other's eyes. Catherine: Oh, darling, you will be good to me, won't you? She draws closer to him. They kiss again. Then she shivers. Frederick: Cold? Catherine: No. It was a premonition. We're going to have a strange life. He pulls her even closer, and she seems to swoon in his arms. Niche and statue, medium long. They seem very small in this angle, with the great horse rearing over them, and the rider leaning, sword upraised, as if to cut them down. A lorry laden with a big gun passes between them and the camera and blots them out. Fade out. End of sequence D. Sequence E. Fade in. Interior, Frederick's bedroom, night, wall. On the wall is cast the shadow of a man undressing. Camera pulls back into bedroom, full shot. It is a small room. Frederick is undressing. Rinaldi lies asleep in one bed, his face to the wall. Frederick slips off his tunic, sits on the vacant bed, and starts to remove his boots. A lighted candle flutters in the breeze from the open window between the two beds. Frederick, close shot. Very carefully, he lowers his boots, one after the other on the floor. Rinaldi's voice. Have a nice time, baby? Frederick looks up startled. Camera pans swiftly to Rinaldi. He has rolled over in his bed and eyes his friend with a faint, satirical smile. Rinaldi. You made progress with her, eh? Frederick, close shot. He has stripped off his shirt now and is naked to the waist. In the act of reaching for his pajama coat, he pauses to growl, We're friends, if that's what you mean. Rinaldi, close up. As he lies back on his pillow, his hands under his head, gazing at the ceiling. Rinaldi. I mean, was she nice to you, practically speaking? Frederick's voice, sharply. Shut up. Rinaldi and Frederick, medium shot, as they eye each other across the space which separates their beds. Frederick is clearly angry. He is now in his pajamas. Rinaldi, smiling. Yes, of course. I am a man of extreme delicacy. But does she... Frederick. Rinaldi, please shut up. If you want to be my friend, shut up. Rinaldi. I am your best friend and your war brother. Frederick. Then shut up. He lights a cigarette at the candle, blows it out, and gets under the covers. Camera pulls back further, holding on the open window through which moonlight comes. Neither of the men speaks for a moment. Only distant guns are heard. Rinaldi's voice, from the darkened room, thoughtfully. Miss Barclay prefers you to me. That is very clear. After a brief pause. But the little Scotch one is very nice, too. Frederick's voice, as his cigarette end glows. You like her? Rinaldi, very decidedly. No. Frederick, close up, as he smokes and thinks of Catherine. He lies in the dark, eyes open, staring at the cigarette end, troubled by a woman as he has never been before. He grimaces, but not humorously, in doubt and puzzlement. Then puffs, long and full, on his cigarette again. Fade out. End of sequence E. Sequence F. Fade in. Interior, Frederick's bedroom in Gorizia. Day, close-up. Typewritten order. It lies on the table between the two beds. It instructs Lieutenant Henry to load all his ambulances with medical supplies and report to the medical officer in command of the infantry dressing station north of Plava. Sound, Rinaldi's snoring. Camera pulls back and pans to Frederick's bed. Freshly slept in, it has been abandoned. Rinaldi, he is still in bed, asleep. A roar of automobile motors starting from outside awakens him. He stirs, glances quickly about him, then rises. Camera pans with him as he crosses to the open window between the beds and looks out. Ambulance yard. Shooting from second-story window. From Rinaldi's view. 4 ambulances are drawn up in the yard below before a long open shed, where other snub-nosed, too heavy ambulances stand idle. The 4 cars in the yard start off. Rinaldi at the window as he makes a half salute of farewell. Rinaldi in a low voice. Ciao, baby. Good luck. Yard, from second floor window as before. As the 4 ambulances vanish, one after another, into the street from the yard. Lap dissolve into ambulance, front seat, close. Frederick rides beside Piani, who is driving. Frederick is looking off scene with an expression of irresolution. Street before hospital, medium long shot. The ambulance train, headed by the one in which Frederick and Piani ride, is passing the hospital. Ambulance, side angle featuring front seat. It has passed the hospital entrance now. Frederick's head is turned away from the camera, for he is looking back at the hospital. Now he turns to Piani, is about to command him to stop, changes his mind, looks resolutely ahead. Piani is unconscious of all this. Street, long shot. Shooting through open window of hospital. The last of the ambulances are passing the hospital. Camera pulls back and pans to interior, hospital ward, day, medium close, wounded man. He is without his pajama top as he lies in bed. His head is bandaged, his eyes closed. Catherine Barclay is washing his arms and chest, gently. The sound of automobile motors may be heard faintly. She continues her task, paying no heed to the sound of the cars passing outside. Lap dissolve into exterior, day, road outside of town, long shot. The ambulances may be seen approaching. Frederick and Piani. On driver's seat of first ambulance, Frederick is scowling as if dissatisfied. He comes to a decision, looks at Piani. Frederick, turn back. Piani, surprised. Back? Frederick, yes, back. Piani reduces speed, leans out, holds out his hand, swings the wheel over. Road, medium close. Shooting from low angle. As the first of the 4 ambulances approaching camera suddenly whirls around and starts back in the direction from which it came. The other 3 ambulances follow suit. As each driver's face comes into the camera, it registers surprise. Lap dissolve into hospital entrance, shooting out the open door from within. As the 4 ambulances appear, one after the other, and come to a halt outside the door. Frederick leaps down from the first machine and runs up the steps toward camera. Hospital foyer, shooting toward front door. Frederick crosses to a desk at the foot of the stairs, leading to the 2nd floor where an English orderly sits. Frederick, may I see Miss Barclay? Orderly, she's on duty. The orderly eyes him, obviously a little suspicious of a man in an Italian lieutenant's uniform who speaks English. Orderly, there's a war on, you know. Without further ceremony, Frederick starts toward the inner corridor. Wait, you can't go in there. But Frederick has already gone. The camera pans to the door with him as he enters the corridor through the swinging glass doors. Hospital corridor. A number of nurses are passing to and fro, busy with their work, carrying wash basins, bedpans, breakfast trays. Frederick heads down the corridor toward camera, looking right and left for Catherine. Ambulances, outside of hospital. Camera is shooting at an angle, showing all 4 of the machines drawn up before the hospital entrance, which is in the background. The 4 ambulance drivers are lounging in a group by the first ambulance, smoking and eyeing the entrance in expectation of Frederick's reappearance. Rinaldi approaches from one side of the camera, the English major from the other. The 4 ambulance drivers snap to attention and salute. Rinaldi salutes. Nice morning, sir. English major, smiling. Yes, indeed, Captain, almost up to our English weather. But Rinaldi's eye is on the ambulances, surprised to see them there. Group, medium close shot. As Rinaldi passes the drivers, he singles out Piani. Rinaldi, what's wrong? Why haven't you started yet? There is a moment of awkward silence. Finally, Bonello speaks. We came back, Signor Capitano. The tenente forgot something. Rinaldi, comprehendingly. Oh. He joins the English major as he enters the hospital. Rinaldi is very thoughtful. Hospital corridor, featuring Frederick in the foreground. He stands at the foot of a stairway from which vantage point he can see the whole corridor and its right angle extension. Behind him is the door to the instrument room, where presently the head nurse appears, sees him, regards him suspiciously and with disfavor, and withdraws. But Frederick does not see her, for he is scanning the face of every passing nurse in search of Catherine. Now Catherine comes out of a door in the foreground. She carries a breakfast tray. She sees him first, for his head is turned in the opposite direction. As she recognizes him, she almost drops her tray. Simultaneously, he turns, sees her, takes a step toward her. Now that he has found her, he doesn't know what to say. Catherine. Hello. What are you doing here? Frederick. I thought you see, I've got to go up above Plava. There's going to be a show. Catherine, faintly dismayed. A show? She, too, feels the constraint between them and can hardly look him in the eye. Frederick. It won't be anything much, I guess, but, well, I didn't want to just walk off, disappear, without seeing, your knowing. He comes to a full stop, then irrelevantly, You're all right, aren't you? As they speak, the traffic of the hospital corridor passes behind them and occasionally between them and the camera, but they seem unaware of it. Catherine laughs. Yes, I'm all right. Anxiously. You won't be gone long? No, just as long as the push keeps up. We're going to attack. You'll be careful, won't you? I won't get hit. Nobody does in this ambulance business. The idea of his being hit makes her go tense. A silence. Catherine. Hold this. She extends her tray. He takes it wonderingly, balances it awkwardly as she backs him closer to the cover of the stairs, while she fumbles at her throat for a locket suspended there on a chain. Proffers the locket. Here. He looks into her eyes in silent adoration, while she puts it around his neck and takes the tray away from him. As this happens, Rinaldi and the English major pass in the background, unseen by Frederick and Catherine. They pause for a moment in the doorway of the instrument room, look back at them, then vanish. Camera pans to them and stays with them until they exit. Catherine and Frederick, close shot. They face each other over the tray. Catherine. It's a St. Anthony. Frederick, fingering the image. You're not Catholic, are you? No, but they say a St. Anthony is very useful to guard you from harm. I'll take care of him for you. Goodbye. Not goodbye. Say I'll come back to Catherine. I'll come back to Catherine. I'll always come back. Catherine, as if to convince herself. You did say you loved me, didn't you? Frederick, hastily. Of course I did. Do. Eagerly. Anyway, I want to kiss you. I want to kiss you terribly. Right now, here. She shakes her head. Her eyes are wet. It is clear she cannot endure it another moment. Suddenly she bolts and is gone around the corner of the stairs. He stands still a moment, then he strides off. Head nurse's office, medium shot. Rinaldi and the major are standing by the head nurse's desk, smoking. She is seated behind the desk, their backs to her. Rinaldi shakes his head dolefully. Of course, he is a bad boy with women. Though he is my friend, I must say it. It is true. English major. I hate to speak to her. She's an excellent nurse and comes from a good county family. Head nurse. Couldn't we send her back to the base, Major? They're always short of nurses. Major: so are we. Rinaldi, enthusiastically: could you really send her back? English Major: of course, to Milan. It's simple. Doubtfully: but it seems a bit severe. She's done nothing, really. Head Nurse, significantly: isn't it better too early than too late, Major? Indicating Rinaldi: especially in view of what he says. Rinaldi: excellent, magnificent. No wonder the English are first in diplomacy. The English Major reaches for a pad. English Major: consider it done. Pencil poised. What did you say her name was? Fade quickly out. End of sequence F. Sequence G. Fade in. Interior, dugout, night. Close-up, bowl of macaroni reposing on the dirt floor. Frederick's hands enter scene with a penknife and a quarter of a white cheese. He starts cutting the cheese into pieces and laying them on the macaroni. A curious shuffling noise of many feet passing may be heard like a distant undertone. Frederick's voice: we won't get anything else to eat once the attack starts. Camera pulls back swiftly, revealing Frederick seated on an upended box and bent over the bowl of macaroni. Frederick, looking up and addressing someone out of scene: it's all they'd give me. Camera pulls back further into group, medium shot. The 4 ambulance drivers, Manera, Piani, Gordini, and Bonello, are standing watching Frederick. The dugout is a shadowy place, lighted only by a few candles. In the background are 2 or 3 improvised steps leading up to the entrance. Over it hangs a blanket as a gas curtain. The shuffling noise of many feet comes from outside. Frederick, as he continues to cut the cheese: the field kitchens aren't up yet. Bonello: they never do until it's too late. Manera: start in to eat, Tenente. Frederick: no, we'll all eat together. Sit down to it. The 4 drivers sit down on the dirt floor, in a semicircle facing Frederick. Camera moves nearer the group. Frederick lifts a mass of macaroni with a piece of cheese on top, his full arm's length above the bowl before the strands break clear. He lowers the dangling macaroni toward his mouth, sucking and snapping at the ends. Gordini, back to camera: lift it high, Tenente. Piani, in profile to camera: wash it down with wine, Tenente. Piani hands him an open canteen, and Frederick takes a swig of wine. The shuffling of feet from outside is still heard. The drivers likewise dip into the bowl with their fingers and start sucking and snapping at the macaroni, which they hold aloft. Bonello, as he eats: who goes to the attack? There is no answer. Manera rises, still carrying a fistful of macaroni. Camera pans with him as he crosses to the little flight of steps leading to the curtained entrance to the dugout. The shuffling of feet outside continues. Dugout entrance, medium close shot. Shooting from foot of steps inside. Manera, halting at the foot of the steps, reaches up and pulls the gas curtains aside. Directly past the opening of the dugout, soldiers' legs march past in the darkness. The wheels of an ammunition caisson rattle by, then more legs. The passing troops suddenly are illumined as a Very's light appears overhead in the night sky in the distance. The passing troops are Bersaglieri. There is no sound except for the shuffling of the feet of the troops and the rattling of equipment and caissons. Manera drops the curtain again, obscuring the view of the troops outside, and turns toward the others. Manera: Bersaglieri. Dugout, full shot. As Manera returns to the group seated about the macaroni bowl. They are still busy eating the macaroni and washing it down with wine from their canteens. Bonello, Bersaglieri are fools. There is a moment of silence. Frederick, Bersaglieri are brave. The drivers all laugh. Surprised. Why? Manera, once they wouldn't attack Tenente, and battle police took out every 10th man and shot him. Gordini, distastefully. Battle police! Carabinieri! He spits disgustedly on the dirt floor. There is a distant sound of a big gun firing. They all listen. Manera, close up. His head is thrown back. A handful of macaroni dangles from his open mouth. He leans, rigid, listening. Another gun is heard. Manera. It starts. He begins to eat. Piani, close up. He is sober, moody. Piani. If nobody would attack, the war would be over. The group, medium close, shooting from above. Piani. There is nothing worse than war. He takes the wine canteen and drinks. Frederick, chewing. Defeat is worse. Bonello. What is defeat? You go home. Gordini. Tenente, we think, we read. We are not peasants. We are mechanics. There is nothing as bad as war. Bonello. People are afraid of their officers. That is how war is made. Manera. You should not let us talk this way, Tenente. As they have spoken, the bombardment outside continues. From the sound of it, a barrage has started. Frederick. As long as you drive the cars and behave. Bonello. And don't talk so other officers can hear. Outside there is an explosion nearer and louder than all the rest. Dug out, full shot. For a moment none of the men speak. They remain immobile, listening to the barrage outside. Suddenly, a deeper note is heard above the firing of the guns. It is a noise like a railroad engine racing head-on at them. The incoming shell explodes loudly outside. The 5 men fling themselves down on the floor of the dugout. The curtain over the entrance in the background flies inward from the force of the concussion. One of the candles falls over and goes out. Gas curtain, close shot. There is a jagged hole in it where a shell fragment cut through it. Group, medium shot, as they straighten from the floor. Frederick picks up the fallen candle, sticks it on a bottle. He lights it. Manera. That was a big one. Bonello. 420. Piani. No, 305s. Frederick, close up. He tilts back his head and eats more macaroni. Frederick. Sounded like a big trench mortar to me. Manera. Trench mortar. That's what He stops short. Above the sound of the barrage comes the roar of another approaching shell. Macaroni, close up, in Frederick's hand. In the background are the other mechanics, very faintly lighted by the candle on the bottle. The roar of the shell increases to the deafening point. There is an instant of complete immobility on the part of the men. Flash, Frederick, gigantic close-up. Camera is trucking forward so that at the end of the shot only his eyes may be seen. The roar of the approaching shell is at its crescendo. Dugout, trick shot. See Negulesco's experiment. This shot represents in picture and in sound the effect of the explosion on Frederick's consciousness. Exterior, dugout, night. Medium close shot, entrance, shooting down from above. The gas curtain has been torn away. Even the entrance itself sags noticeably, leaning to one side, clearly out of shape. Up the steps come Piani and Bonello, carrying Frederick. Bonello has him by the shoulders, Piani by the feet. Piani: "Are you badly hit, Tenente?" Frederick, groaning: "My leg!" Bonello: "Hold on to my neck, Tenente." Piani: "You were right, Tenente. It was a big trench mortar." As they speak, the camera pulls back and trucks along beside them as they reach the top of the steps from the dugout and start across an open space toward the dugout, where is the main dressing station. The noise of the barrage still continues. The shriek of another shell is heard. Camera halts as the two men drop Frederick on the ground and fling themselves down beside him. The loud explosion is heard out of scene, then the sharp buzz of scattering fragments. Piani is the first to his feet. Piani: "I'm sorry, Tenente." Frederick: "If you drop me again..." Bonello: "We were scared." They lift him again. Frederick, groaning as they do so: "Look out! Take it easy! Watch my leg!" Dissolve into interior dressing room, night. Close shot, foot of operating table. Shooting directly down on it from above. It is a plain board table, standing above a dirt floor. Under a glaring light may be seen Frederick's legs outstretched on the table. His uniform trousers are torn and covered with blood and dirt. His puttees have been removed. There are holes in his right boot where the shell fragments have gone in. Medical captain's voice from out of scene: "Lacerations of the scalp and possible fracture of the skull." His hands appear in scene with a pair of scissors and start carefully cutting the cloth away from the legs. "Multiple superficial wounds of the left and right thigh and left and right knee and right foot." Camera pans along with the scissors over the operating table. Now Frederick's face may be seen. There is blood on his scalp. His eyes are closed. His teeth are tightly clenched as he fights against the pain. The head and shoulders of the surgeon working on him, likewise, are in view. Medical captain, turning his face toward someone out of scene as he continues: "Profound wounds of the right knee and foot. Incurred in line of duty." To someone out of scene: "Anti-tetanus, please." Dissolve into exterior, mountain road, night, medium close shot, Red Cross, on the side of an ambulance. Camera is trucking beside the ambulance. Camera halts and pans after the ambulance as it continues up a steep grade, disappearing into the darkness. Dissolve into exterior, brickyard, night. Camera trucks beside an ambulance as it crosses a mysterious, shadowy, abandoned brickyard, now being used as a field hospital. Outlined against the night sky are the chimneys, ovens, and towering piles of brick. Amongst them, other ambulances are moving as they arrive. Deposit the wounded, go. Our ambulance stops beside this door. Now the camera moves back into a full shot of the brickyard as we dissolve into interior, brick oven, night, full shot. The real nature of the place is distinguishable at once, although it has partially been transformed into an operating room. A couple of male nurses, an anesthetist, and a surgeon's assistant are busy in the background, cleaning up after an operation and preparing for another. A door across the room opens, and two stretcher bearers, Piani and Bonello, enter, carrying Frederick. Into immediate foreground appears a portion of the head and one shoulder of a surgeon in operating uniform, back to camera. As he crosses toward the stretcher, camera moves after him, keeping only a portion of his body in view. The stretcher halts. Camera moves past figure in foreground and pans down to stretcher. On it lies Frederick, with only first aid dressings on his wounds. Rinaldi's voice: How you feel, baby? Frederick opens his eyes, surprised. Rinaldi, close up, as he leans over the stretcher. Frederick's voice. Rinaldi, what are you doing here? Piani, close shot, holding the foot of the stretcher. Rinaldi's voice. Piani telephoned to me. Group about the stretcher. Rinaldi explodes into a barrage of words. Rinaldi. The major let me come. No one shall hurt you, baby. I won't let them. No hog butcher is going to touch my war brother. Only Rinaldi can take you and never hurt you. You must forgive me for talking so much, baby. I am very moved to see you badly wounded. How did it happen? I will see you are decorated for bravery. Perhaps we can get you the medaglia d'argento, but surely the bronze. Did you carry somebody on your back? If you did, I will get you the silver. Frederick. I didn't carry anybody. I couldn't move. Rinaldi. But there was something heroic. Tell me what you did. Frederick. I was blown up eating cheese. Rinaldi. It doesn't matter. I will get you the silver anyway. He turns away from the stretcher and motions the bearers to carry Frederick to the operating table. Brick oven, full shot, as the stretcher bearers obey. Throughout the action which follows, Rinaldi keeps up a steady stream of talk to Frederick, who groans faintly once or twice. At the same time, with brisk pantomimic instructions, he directs the lifting of Frederick from the stretcher to the operating table, the preparations of the anesthetist, the removal of the dressings from Frederick's wounds, the actions of the male nurses who take their posts, and himself dons the rubber gloves and operating mask. At the last, he signals the anesthetist to start giving Frederick the chloroform. Rinaldi. Don't worry, baby. I will fix you so you will be as good as new. You will see. Every day I learn to do things smoother, quicker. Soon, very soon, you will feel better. It is for then I brought a present for you. Later you will find it under your blanket next to your heart. It is a bottle of brandy, baby. Very good brandy. The infantry captured it from the Austrians on San Gabriel. It is all they took. And I have another surprise for you, too. Frederick, close up, as the chloroform cone is placed over his nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes, which are still open. Anesthetist's voice. Breathe deeply, Tenente. Rinaldi's voice. Where do you think you will go from here? To the Italian hospital where they have male nurses with beards? No. Brick oven ceiling, trick shot, from Frederick's view. Camera is taking the place of Frederick's head, lying on the operating table. Rinaldi, his operating mask now over his lips, appears in scene, directly above camera as he gazes down smilingly at Frederick on the operating table. Rinaldi. I have arranged it. You will go to Milan, to the beautiful Miss Barclay, and I will be left all alone with the war, as a word is lost. To lend me money, as more words are lost. British Major says, Milan, beautiful Barclay, love in Milan, Rinaldi alone, Barclay. In this scene, both in sound and vision, the effect is the softening and blurring both of Rinaldi's face and words as Frederick succumbs more and more to the anesthetic, finally ending with unconsciousness as the fade out. End of sequence G. Sequence H, fade in. Hospital train, medium close shot. Shooting at an angle from platform. The sides of the cars approach and pass camera with gathering speed. On the side of each car as it passes may be seen a red cross. Dissolve into exterior, train, night. Camera is shooting toward engine from the roof of one of the rear cars. The silent, dark countryside slides by. In the background from the laboring engine, the smoke streams upward, Apparently, far in the background, ahead of the engine and through its smoke, small bright letters form the word Milan. Rapidly, the letters grow larger. They seem to race toward the train as the train in turn races toward them, until finally, the glittering letters fill the screen, spelling Milan. Dissolve into Street in Milan, Day, full shot. This is the same street which will have to be used later during Frederick's convalescence, with the restaurant Gran Italia in the background. Down the street passes an ambulance with its bell ringing. Dissolve into Monastery, full shot, shooting from across the street. The ambulance, seen before, draws up in front of the monastery. Two stretcher bearers get down from beside the driver and go to the rear of the ambulance. Rear of ambulance, medium close shot, as the two stretcher bearers start to pull a stretcher out. Flash. Frederick, close up, lying on the stretcher as it is being slowly pulled out of the ambulance. His eyes are open but heavy-lidded. In them, there are only pain and fatigue, but no curiosity. Moving shot. The camera takes the place of Frederick's head on the stretcher. The roof of the ambulance slides by as the stretcher is drawn out. The sky comes into view. Then a glimpse of the arch over the monastery entrance. Next, the pillars and vault-like ceiling inside come into sight. Frederick's voice, sharply, "Look out! Go easy!" First stretcher bearer's voice, "Be gentle, Salvini." Second stretcher bearer's voice, "Porco di Bacco, who isn't gentle?" First stretcher bearer's voice, "Be gentle anyway." In the meantime, only the ceiling overhead has been seen as the stretcher passes beneath it. Now the stretcher halts. Frederick's voice, "Why do you stop?" Miss Van Kampen's voice, "I am the superintendent." The face of the hospital superintendent, Miss Van Kampen, appears above and beside the stretcher as she gazes down directly into camera. She is a middle-aged English woman, not bad-looking, but with a suggestion of frustrated virginity in her face and with the coolly efficient manner of the eternal club woman. Miss Van Kampen, "May I have your medical papers, please?" Frederick's voice, "They're in my coat, in the button-down pocket." Miss Van Kampen's hand reaches forward toward camera, then dips out of scene to reappear an instant later, bearing some papers. She turns her face away from the camera as she addresses someone out of scene. Miss Van Kampen, "Take him up those stairs, down the corridor. His room is the one at the end." Turning to someone else out of scene, "You show them, Giulio." She vanishes from scene, and Giulio, the porter, appears beside and above the camera on the stretcher. He has gray mustaches and wears a doorman's cap. Frederick's voice, "Who are you?" Giulio, "I am the porter, Tenente," addressing stretcher bearers out of scene. "Come, follow me." Again, only the moving ceiling is seen. Dissolve into ceiling of corridor, as the stretcher passes beneath it. This ceiling differs distinctly from the one preceding, showing that the stretcher has progressed into another hall. The frame of a door overhead passes as the stretcher is carried into a room. Here the ceiling is whitewashed, in contrast to the monastic one of the corridor outside. The ceiling spins as the stretcher is turned about, then lowered beside a bed, a portion of which may be seen. The face of the first stretcher bearer appears. First stretcher bearer, "Now, Tenente, we must lift you onto the bed." Frederick's voice, "All right, but keep my legs straight." The other stretcher bearer likewise appears in scene. Second stretcher bearer, "Si, Tenente." A portion of their hands and shoulders are in view as they lift the camera as if it were Frederick onto the bed. Frederick's voice. Put my head up. Get a pillow. Camera tilts upward and forward as if a pillow had been placed behind his head. Now more of the room comes into view. A varnished wardrobe against the wall. Beyond the end of the bed are 2 doors opening onto an outside balcony overlooking the street below. In the background are the roofs of the city. Giulio appears in scene, addressing camera from the foot of the bed. Giulio. Anything more, Tenente? Frederick's voice. Give these stretcher bearers 5 lire apiece from my pocket, and keep 5 for yourself. Then get me some brandy. Giulio. It isn't allowed, Tenente. Frederick's voice, sharply. That is a silly English rule. You are an Italian. Wasn't I wounded fighting for the glory of Italy? Besides, if you get the money for it from my pocket, I can't see how much you take or how little you bring back. Giulio smiles. As you wish, Tenente. He vanishes from scene as he leaves the end of the bed. There is a moment of silence, followed by the sound of the closing of the door. Camera pans slowly, taking in further features of the room, then pans back to the doors leading to the balcony and the view of the roofs of the town beyond. A flight of swallows pass the open window. The opening of a door is heard. At the foot of the bed appears a nurse. It is Ferguson. In one hand she has a hospital chart, and in the other a thermometer. Ferguson, with a trace of hostility. So it's you. Frederick's voice, surprised. Ferguson! Eagerly. Is Catherine here? Ferguson, sharply. As if you didn't know. I believe that's why you got wounded. Frederick's voice. Where is she? Ferguson ignores the question. You're to be still. Briskly. Here's your chart. Now I must take your temperature. Frederick's voice. Does she know I'm here? She hangs the chart at the head of the bed and, shaking the thermometer, disappears from scene. Her hand with the thermometer reappears in close-up an instant later. Ferguson's voice ignores the question. Under the arm, please. Silence. Her hand with the thermometer passes the camera as she ostensibly thrusts the thermometer under Frederick's arm. There is a flash of her uniform as she turns from the side of the bed and goes. Camera pans in the direction she went, but is tilted at an angle so that only the top of the doorway may be seen as she passes out and the door closes. A moment later, the door starts opening again, and into the scene comes Catherine, approaching until her face fills the screen. She is smiling happily. Catherine. Hello, darling. Note: for protection, take the ensuing scene also in a large 2-shot, including Frederick. His hands come into the scene and take hold of her head. Frederick's voice. Catherine. Her face moves down toward the camera as they kiss, so that only the top of her head is visible. After a moment, it reappears, ecstatic. Catherine. I have to go now. I can't stay, darling. Frederick's voice. You'll come back? Later, but we'll have to be awfully careful. You've got to come back. She goes out of scene. Camera pans after her, but it is still tilted so only a portion of her may be seen. Catherine. I will when I can. Tonight? Catherine nods in whisper. I'll try. Alarmed. Somebody's coming. She goes. Camera pans further after her. Frederick's voice calling after her. Tonight. She vanishes. Again, only the top of the door is visible, as it first opens, then shuts. A moment later, it opens again. Ferguson reappears with Miss Van Campen just behind her. Ferguson, sourly. I'll take that thermometer now. Note, take this scene also in a 3-shot for protection. Her hand crosses the scene briefly and reappears with the thermometer, which she reads. Ferguson, startled. Good gracious! Ferguson gives Miss Van Campen the thermometer to read and looks toward Frederick with some concern. Miss Van Campen reads it. Her face goes alarmed. Miss Van Campen, to Ferguson, fetch the doctor. To Frederick, as Ferguson goes, it's a miracle you're not delirious with such a fever. Frederick's voice, I haven't got any fever. Stay quiet, please. Frederick's laugh is heard. It's not what you think. Please. Frederick's voice, with vast disgust. All right, have it your way. Fade slowly out. End of sequence H. Sequence J. Fade in. Night sky, swept by the restless beams of searchlights. Milan roof, night. On it, operated by 2 Italian soldiers, is a searchlight. They turn its beams from the sky, and the light travels slowly over the neighboring roofs. Soldiers operating the light. One wipes the sweat from his face. First soldier, it's a hot night. Second soldier, it's always a hot night in Milan. Roofs of Milan, as the beams of the searchlight highlights first one and then another. Monastery balcony, medium long shot, shooting from across the street. The room within is half dark. One of the balcony doors to the room is open. The beam of the searchlight slowly passes along the balcony toward the open door. The priest, close shot. The beam of light picks up the priest as he sits in a chair by Frederick's bed. Some packages are in his hand. Priest, I brought you a few little things. This is mosquito netting. This is a bottle of vermouth. You like vermouth? These are English papers. Priest and Frederick, medium close. An electric lamp burns on the table. The window of Frederick's room is open to the warm spring night. Frederick sits half upright in bed, propped up by pillows. He is apparently stronger. His head is unbandaged, but his leg, in a cast or in splints, looms large under the covers. Frederick, please open them. The priest does so, very pleased. As they speak, he reveals his gifts one by one, putting the netting on the coverlet, the vermouth on the floor, and letting Frederick take the papers. Frederick, thank you, Father. You were very good to come. Priest, I can't stay long. They warned me not to tire you. Frederick, you seem very tired yourself. Priest, I am tired, but I have no right to be. Frederick, you have the war discussed. Priest, no, but I hate the war. Frederick, I don't enjoy it. Priest, you do not mind it. You do not see it. You must forgive me. I know you are wounded. Frederick, that's an accident. Priest, still, even wounded, you do not see it. I can tell. I do not see it myself, but I feel it a little. He sighs and looks toward the window. Frederick sees someone out of scene. Door, from Frederick's angle. The door is half open. Catherine stands there looking in. She has a bottle of castor oil in her hand, a glass and a spoon. Frederick's voice, come in, Cat. She enters. Hospital room, full shot. The priest rises as Catherine crosses to the bed. Catherine, don't go yet, Father. It's still early. She puts the bottle, spoon, and glass on the table. Priest, you are sure? The operation in the morning, he should rest. Catherine, one hand on Frederick's forehead, the other on his wrist. He's strong. He's got such a lovely temperature. It's always normal. The camera moves imperceptibly near until it holds them all in close angle. Frederick kisses the hand at his forehead. You've got a lovely everything. Catherine, I'm awfully proud of his temperature. Frederick, maybe all our children will have fine temperatures too. Catherine, our children will probably have beastly temperatures. The priest starts to turn discreetly away. Frederick sees this. Frederick, in laughing apology, Don't mind us, Father. We are in love. Priest, softly, I know. I could see it in your faces. Frederick, with a prideful glance at Catherine, You approve, don't you, Father? Priest, on a note of soft reproach, You spoke of children. He looks sternly from one to the other. They face him hand in hand, a little abashed, like children caught wrongdoing. He nods gravely and sighs. Priest, this too is the war. Without the war you would live married in God's grace. Is it not so? He looks questioningly at Frederick, who, struck by his gravity, looks at Catherine, finds her looking at him equally struck solemn, and seeming to wait for his answer. Frederick nods slow assent to the priest, who turns the same questioning eyes to Catherine. Priest, and you? Catherine falters. I hadn't thought of it that way, but yes, I suppose so. The thing has suddenly taken on a ceremonial aspect. Both feel the solemnity of it and clasp hands all the tighter as they watch what the priest will do next. He bows his head with closed eyes and begins to intone very low a Latin prayer. Priest, close up. He prays. Catherine and Frederick, close shot. They listen in wonderment, but strangely impressed. The Latin words pour over them like a benediction. Then, Frederick, slow, embarrassed, Father, is that the marriage service? The Latin phrases continue to sound. Catherine makes as if to move away, but he holds her tighter. Frederick, affecting a lightness he does not feel. Of course, you understand, Father, that army regulations prevent us from marrying. They'd send Catherine home. Priest, close up. Still he prays, head bowed, eyes closed, his hands clasped fervently. Frederick and Catherine, another close angle. Again Frederick tries to carry it off lightly, but his gaiety is even less convincing this time. Frederick, we're not Catholic, you know, and isn't there something in your church about banns? Catherine, softly, shh. They are silent. The prayer has never stopped. After a moment, they speak the following in soft whispers against the rhythm of the prayer. Frederick, still lightly, Poor Cat, it's a crazy marriage. Catherine, at least I'm in white. No orange blossoms. I can smell them. Or organ music. I can hear it plainly. Hospital room, full shot. A low angle featuring the monastic character of the room, with the priest's back half turned to the camera as he finishes and makes the sign of the cross. Frederick and Catherine, close. They look at each other. It is she who leans over and kisses him. Priest, close up. Smiles on them benignly, then shrugs apologetically. Priest, it was a foolish notion, perhaps. I have not the right to say you are married, yet it has made me happy to do this. Hospital room, medium shot. The priest's back is to the window. Backlighted from the street, he looks a very holy figure. Frederick and Catherine listen very respectfully as he finishes. Priest: For now, from my heart, I can say I bless you in his name. Frederick, soft, serious: Thank you, Father. The priest starts to depart. Priest: Goodbye and be happy, both of you. To Frederick in a lighter tone: And get well soon. I will come again next time I am in Milan. Frederick: Give my regards to the mess. Priest: I will. With parting bow to Catherine, who has followed him to the door: Goodbye, my dear. He goes, closing the door after him. Hospital corridor, full shot. As the priest comes out, Miss Van Campen meets him on her way to Frederick's room. He bows to her in passing. She raps on Frederick's door, and without waiting for an answer, opens it. Hospital room, medium shot. Catherine is at the door as Miss Van Campen opens it. Seeing who it is, she remains very quiet and lets the opening door hide her from Miss Van Campen's view. Miss Van Campen, with the doorknob in her hand: Is Miss Barclay here? Catherine, who is visible to Frederick but not to Miss Van Campen, holds a finger to her lips, warning him not to tell. Frederick, to Miss Van Campen, innocently: No, no. Miss Van Campen withdraws, leaving the door ajar. They wait until she has had time to get out of earshot down the corridor. Frederick puts out the lamp at his bedside. Shut the door. They are mere silhouettes now. Catherine: I daren't. Frederick: Please, darling. We mustn't. Your operation is in the morning. It's our wedding night. She shuts the door, hesitates, comes toward him. You'll have to take your oil. Castor oil? No. You'll take it from me. I'll take anything from you. Darling, if you stay. He takes hold of her, pulls her down to him on the bed. Catherine and Frederick close. She sits on the bed and half lies beside him on his pillow. Their arms are about each other. Oh, darling, darling, I want what you want. There isn't any me anymore, just what you want. You sweet. As they kiss, the camera leaves them, pauses at the table to rest a moment on the forgotten castor oil, sweeps over to the window, where it looks out over the little iron balcony to the rooftops beyond. Don't I make a lovely wife? Such a lovely wife. Feel our hearts beat. No wonder my heart beats. His voice is strained now with passion. I'm mad about you. Silence. The beam of a searchlight on a roof across the street is restlessly sweeping the sky. Fade out. End of sequence J. Alternate sequence J. Fade in. Night sky, swept by the restlessness beams of searchlights. Milan roof, night. On it, operated by 2 Italian soldiers, is the searchlight. They turn its beam from the sky, and the light travels slowly over the neighboring roofs. Soldiers operating the light. One wipes the sweat from his face. First soldier: It's a hot night. Second soldier: It's always a hot night in Milan. Roofs of Milan, as the beam of the searchlight highlights first one and then another. Monastery balcony, medium long shot, shooting from across the street. The room within is dark. One of the balcony doors to the room is open. The beam of the searchlight slowly passes along the balcony toward the open door. Frederick's bedroom, shooting from balcony through open door in the foreground. Only a portion of the darkened room within may be seen. The searchlight flashes into the room as it passes the open door and reflects in a mirror on the wall. For a moment, there is silence. Then it is broken by the sound of Frederick's voice from within the room, speaking softly. Frederick's voice. Your skin is so smooth, smooth as piano keys. Catherine's voice. And yours is like emery paper, and very hard on piano keys. His laugh is heard distinctly. Shh, darling. Somebody will hear us. It's frightfully dangerous. There is a moment of silence. Roofs, reverse angle. Camera is now shooting from Frederick's bedroom through the open door, past the balcony to the shadowed roofs of the city in the background. The beam of the searchlight across the street can be seen as it moves on over distant housetops. Again the voices from within the room are heard. Frederick's voice. Why not get married? Then they couldn't do anything. Catherine's voice. We can't. They'd send me back to England. Aren't you happy, darling, as things are? We're the same as married. Don't I make a lovely wife? Frederick's voice. Such a lovely wife. Feel our hearts beat? Darling, please. You shouldn't. Please. Darling, everything you want, I want. Am I not a lovely wife? There is a long moment of silence while the camera holds on the distant roofs as seen through the open door from the darkened room. Balcony door, shooting from balcony. Camera is shooting into the darkened room. Only the dim shadows of the furniture are seen. Then they, too, are cut off as the open door from within is closed. Fade out. End of sequence JJ. Sequence K. Fade in. A series of brief dissolves without dialogue, denoting the passage of time from spring to autumn, and the development of Frederick's convalescence from a wheelchair invalid to his walking with a slight limp. A light melody which serves as an introduction to dissolve into puppets, close. A male and a female figure make extravagant operatic music, gestures as they seem to sing a love duet. An operatic duet for tenor and soprano, sung to the accompaniment of a hand organ. The camera pulls back, revealing the cart at the tail of which their tiny stage is built. Then the camera pans to disclose the man and woman who run the show. He is turning the handle of the organ. She is operating the puppet strings. Both are singing. Camera pulls back further, revealing that the cart is drawn up at the curb before the galleria of the street cafe Gran Italia. It is a sunny autumn afternoon. In the background may be seen passing vehicles. Along the sidewalk in the foreground, pedestrians go by. Camera continues to pull back, disclosing cafe tables crowded with officers in uniform, girls, civilians. Camera pans and trucks forward toward a table, where Catherine, Frederick, Ferguson, and a fat young American named Ralph Simmons are seated, halting in. Group, medium close shot. Catherine and Frederick are watching the puppet show, amused. Ferguson is eyeing them both. Simmons looks a little shop-worn around the nose and mouth, as though he had hay fever. He is making a singer's faces with the manic and little half gestures as though in fancy he were singing it himself. Their wine glasses and a bottle are empty. Simmons, reminiscently, "That's the opera I made my debut in, at the Scala." Frederick, to Catherine, "And they threw benches at him." Simmons, hotly, "That's a lie." Frederick, "Oh yes, they did. I threw 6 benches myself." Simmons, "That's not funny." He rises, offended, Without further ado, he walks away. Catherine: he's offended. Frederick: he'll get over it. That's his sore spot. We always tease him. Ferguson, with sudden bitterness: you don't care whom you hurt. Frederick, lightly, placatingly: now don't you get mad too. Cat and I were just thinking of asking you to our wedding, weren't we, Cat? Catherine smiles back at him. Ferguson: you'll never get married. Catherine: we will. Ferguson: no, you won't. You'll fight before you'll marry. Catherine: why, we never fight. Ferguson: you have time yet. Frederick: we're not going to fight ever. Ferguson: you'll die then. Fight or die. That's what people do. They don't marry. Ferguson is upset, on the verge of tears. Catherine reaches over and takes her hand. Catherine: why, Fergie. Ferguson, shaking her off: don't. Starts to cry. I'm not crying. Rises. Maybe you'll be all right, you two. Fiercely, to Frederick: but watch out you don't get her in trouble. Frederick: I won't get her into trouble. Ferguson, fiercely: you'd better not, or I'll kill you. She turns sharply and goes away. Catherine, calling after her: Fergie! Camera pans after Ferguson. Ignoring Catherine's call, she hurries off and mingles with the passing pedestrians. Catherine, close up. Catherine: what is the matter with her? Frederick, close up: she doesn't like me, that's all. The two, medium close shot. A waiter comes with the check. Frederick pays it. Catherine: no, she just likes me more. Frederick: that's reasonable. He rises. Shall we walk back? Catherine, rising: let's. It will do you good. The camera precedes them as they leave the table. Frederick can walk now with only the slightest limp, unaided by a cane. The following conversation takes place as they walk out of the Galleria and down the street. Frederick, squeezing her arm to his heart: on night duty tonight? Catherine, provocatively: yes, but you won't care. You'll go right off to sleep. Frederick: wait and see. Catherine: darling. Hesitates, then bursts out: how many other girls have you ever loved? Frederick: none. How many, really? None. How many have you, how do you say it, been with? None. You're lying to me. Frederick smiles: of course. It's all right. Keep on lying. That's what I want you to do. With renewed curiosity: were they pretty? I've never been with anyone. That's right. But what were they like? I don't know anything about it. Catherine, resting her cheek against his shoulder as they walk: you're just mine. That's true. And you've never belonged to anyone else. But I don't care if you have. I'm not afraid of them. But don't tell me about them. You never said you loved them, did you? Frederick hesitates, then: no. Catherine: you wouldn't. Oh, I knew you wouldn't. Oh, I love you, darling. Then kiss me. He stops. Here? On the street? Yes. She is too English to do it without flinching, but she does it. And no Italian passerby regards it as worthy of notice. They walk on. Dissolve into exterior, day, medium shot, monastery entrance. Pedestrians are passing. Amongst them, Catherine and Frederick enter scene. They separate as they approach the door. She signals him to wait and enters. He lingers for a moment outside, lights a cigarette, then follows her. Lap dissolve into monastery corridor. Down the corridor toward camera, Frederick comes on tiptoe, gazing about him cautiously. He approaches the door to his bedroom in the foreground, opens it, and starts to enter. Halts abruptly, surprised. Frederick, close up, as he gapes, astonished at what he sees. Bedroom, full shot, from Frederick's angle. Miss Van Kampen, the superintendent of the hospital, is stooping over his bed, taking brandy, wine, and liquor bottles from beneath it and laying them on the counterpane. Frederick's laugh is heard as Miss Van Kampen straightens and turns. In her hand is a bear-shaped bottle. She gazes at Frederick accusingly. Miss Van Kampen, "So," indicating bottle in her hand, "what is this, if I may ask?" Bedroom, full shot, reverse angle. Frederick is in the doorway in the background. Miss Van Kampen, "What was in it?" Frederick, smiling, "Kümmel. That's the best kind. It comes in those bear-shaped bottles, from Russia." Miss Van Kampen, close shot. With the bear-shaped bottle in her hand, she looks at it indignantly. Behind her, the bed is piled with other bottles. Miss Van Kampen, indicating bottles piled on the bed. "And these?" Frederick's voice, "Brandy, wine, and whiskey." Miss Van Kampen, coldly, "And I was pitying you for being wounded. Pity is something that is wasted on you." Medium close shot, the two. Frederick eyes her ironically. Frederick, "Thank you." Miss Van Kampen, "If you're so anxious not to go back to the front, I should think you'd try something more intelligent. Not self-inflicted alcoholism." "What?" "I said alcoholism. And I also say that your convalescent leave will be canceled. You're going back to the front tomorrow night." Frederick can only look at her in astonishment and dismay. With a snort and a head toss, she steps past him. Camera pans with her as she goes out the door to the corridor, slamming the door behind her. Camera pans back to Frederick. He gazes ruefully at the empty bottles. Then he walks over to the head of the bed, lifts the pillow, and from beneath it, takes out a half-filled bottle of brandy which she had not found. He drinks from the bottle. Fade out. End of sequence K. Sequence L. Fade in. Exterior, railroad station, night, full shot. It is raining. The pavement glistens. In the light of the arched entrance, two carabinieri stand, just out of the rain. Light shines on their hats. The rain is clear and transparent in the light from the station. Soldiers, officers, and their friends and relatives are hurrying into the station. One officer steps out of the stream and addresses the carabinieri. Medium close shot, carabinieri and officer. The officer is a captain of the artillery with a scar on his face. Captain, have I time for a drink before the train leaves? First carabinieri. For the front, Signor Capitano? Captain, yes. Second carabinieri, looking at his wristwatch from under his glistening rubber coat. 20 minutes, Signor. Captain, thank you. They salute. He responds and turns away. Camera pans with him as he starts to cross from the station toward a lighted hotel on the opposite side of the street in the background. Camera trucks after him across the street. As he vanishes inside, camera halts and pans up to medium long shot, hotel window. Directly above the hotel entrance. Through parted draperies within, light comes. The rain can be seen slanting against the lighted window pane. The sound of a train whistle is heard faintly. lap dissolve into, interior hotel room, night, close shot, painting. It is of a naked woman, crudely painted, and is hanging on the wall. Camera pans about the room, revealing that it is furnished in red plush. There are many mirrors and a large bed with a satin coverlet. On the bed, lying on their backs, side by side, fully dressed, are Catherine and Frederick. During the following scene, the camera moves imperceptibly nearer them until it holds them in a close angle. Catherine's eyes are wandering about the room. Catherine, smiling. It's a fine room, a lovely room. Frederick, gazing, like her, about the room. It's all right. Catherine, people who go in for vice seem to have good taste about it. The red plush is just the thing. The mirrors are attractive too. Frederick, you're a grand girl. Catherine, rolling over closer to him and laying her cheek against his shoulder. I wish we could do something really sinful. Everything we do seems so innocent and right. Frederick, gazing at her with a smile. You're a fine, simple girl. Catherine, I am a simple girl. No one understood it except you. Frederick, at first I thought you were a crazy girl. I was a little crazy at first. The distant hoot of a train interrupts them. Catherine sits upright, alarmed. Was that your train? Maybe. It makes up at Turin, but it stays in the station here until time to leave. There's really lots of time. There's a pause. Quoting, but at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near. Catherine, I know that poem. It's by Marvell, but it's about a girl who wouldn't live with a man. He pulls her back on the bed beside him and kisses her. Another train whistle is heard a little louder than before. Catherine, listen. For a moment there is silence. Camera pans and trucks forward into close shot, window. The only sound is of the rain beating against the pane. Frederick's voice. It's only the rain. Close up, Catherine. She shivers, as if she were chilled. Catherine, I hate the rain. Camera pulls back so that Frederick, lying beside her on the bed, is also in scene. Frederick, I like it. Catherine, I'm afraid of the rain. Frederick, surprised. Afraid? Why? Catherine, hesitating. Well, perhaps it's silly. What? Tell me. No, don't make me. Tell me. Catherine, in a low voice. All right. I'm afraid of the rain because sometimes I see me dead in it. Frederick, no. And sometimes I see you dead in it. Frederick laughs. That's more likely. Catherine, distressed. Don't say that, darling. The hoot of the train is heard again, still louder than before. Catherine, sitting up. That is your train. Frederick, sitting up too. Time's winged chariot. He laughs ruefully and rises. Catherine, I'll go with you. She rises. Frederick, no, please, I don't want you. Not at the station. Catherine, trying to be cheerful. All right, darling. Camera pans with Frederick as he crosses to a chair, picks up his cloak and his hat, dons them. Frederick, how often will you write? Every day. Do they read your letters? Frederick, still busy with his cloak. They can't read English enough to hurt any. Catherine, I'll make them very confusing. But not too confusing. He starts to take her in his arms. She holds him off with a forced laugh. I ought to give you something as a going-away gift. A whistle, perhaps, to make you feel better in the dark. Or a sword. I'm sure we can get a used sword very cheap. Frederick, smiling. Swords aren't very useful at the front. He takes her in his arms. Catherine, I suppose they get in the way of one's legs during retreats. Frederick, they might be useful at mess, though. The train hoots again. There's a moment of silence. Frederick, I'm afraid I have to start, darling. Looking about him, I hate to leave our fine house. Catherine, so do I. Laughs, but crying at the same time. We never stay settled in a home very long, do we? We will. I'll have a fine home for you when you come back. Maybe I'll be back right away. Perhaps this time you'll be hurt just a little in the foot, or the lobe of the ear. Catherine, putting her hand over his ears. No, I want your ears just the way they are. Your feet have been hurt already. She starts to cry, then she pulls herself together and straightens. Frederick kisses her, quickly turns, and without another word, goes. Camera pans after him as he crosses to the door and goes out. Camera pans back to Catherine. She watches him go, fighting to control herself. Camera pans with her as she crosses to the window, pulls aside the plush curtains, and looks out. Close shot, Catherine, shooting through window glass from outside. The rain beats against the glass through which she may be seen as she gazes down into the street below. The water drips down the glass in front of her face as if she too were weeping. After a moment, she turns from the window and picks up her cape. Exterior, station, night. Shooting through entrance toward the street. In the foreground are groups of men and women bidding goodbye to soldiers and officers, bound back for the front. Frederick enters the station from the street. Then, some distance behind him, Catherine approaches warily. Trucking shot, Frederick. Camera pulls back before him through the station to the platform, under the train shed. Camera continues trucking backward before him as he strides grimly through the platform crowd toward the train. He glances only briefly at the scenes on all sides of him, as though the sight of them hurt him. In the background, you see Catherine moving behind him, anxious to keep him in sight, yet careful not to be seen. Car entrance, medium shot. As Frederick enters scene and joins the gray-mustached porter, Giulio, from the hospital, who is waiting for him there. Catherine stands in foreground watching him, half hidden by a pillar of the train shed. Frederick, were you able to save a seat for me? Giulio, it was impossible, Tenente. For a half hour already they have been standing up in there. Your things are aboard. As Frederick tips him, thank you, Signor. Frederick enters the train. Catherine draws nearer. The porter, glancing at the bill the other gave him, is suddenly overjoyed to see how large it is. Calling after the vanished Frederick, God be with you, Tenente. He turns and shuffles off. Train, medium long shot, as the train whistle toots impatiently 3 times. There is a last dash on the part of those officers and soldiers still taking leave of those with them. They swing aboard as the train starts to move. Catherine, close up as she watches the train depart. Exterior, train shed, night, long shot, train. As it pulls away from the station platform, rapidly growing smaller and smaller. Camera pans to where Catherine is standing, hopelessly gazing after it. Camera trucks forward swiftly into Catherine, great close-up. Her expression is utterly despairing. Tears slide down her cheeks. Catherine, medium shot. She turns away at last and starts toward the station itself. Ticket window, close shot. Shooting from within the ticket office. As Catherine appears in background, Catherine's face peers in from the other side of the grating. Catherine, timidly, may I have a ticket to Switzerland, please? Ticket clerk's voice. To where, signora? To what town? Catherine. The nearest one to Italy. Ticket clerk's voice. That would be Brissago, signora. Catherine. Then give me a ticket to Brissago. Camera pulls back, revealing the ticket clerk, and pans with him as he steps away from the little window and starts to make out the ticket. Ticket window, side angle. As Catherine waits, Ferguson approaches, carrying a leather kit bag. Ferguson. There you are. Catherine turns and sees her with great relief. Catherine. Oh, Fergie, I was afraid you wouldn't come. Do you mind telling me what it's all about? I'm going away. So I gathered by this, she indicates Catherine's bag, which she, Ferguson, is carrying. But where? Why? Catherine, simply. To Switzerland, to have a baby. Ferguson. Oh. There is a long pause while Ferguson gazes at Catherine sympathetically. Suddenly she bursts out angrily. I knew he'd get you in trouble. It wasn't his fault, really, Fergie. And now when you need him, he goes away. He doesn't know. You didn't tell him? What good would it do? It would only worry him, and he'd have to go anyway. Aren't you going to tell him? No, not yet. I'll write him from Switzerland. You're a fool. They are interrupted by the ticket clerk, who has been trying to attract Catherine's attention by waving the ticket at her behind her back. Now he reaches out through the window and touches her. Ticket clerk. Here, signora. Catherine. Oh, thank you. She takes the ticket and pays for it. Ticket clerk. 5 minutes on track 3. Ferguson, close up. Her face is utterly tragic. Station, medium shot. Catherine turns away from the window with her ticket. Ferguson. But what's the hurry? Why tonight? I can't go back to the hospital, Fergie. I couldn't stand it, not with him gone. But you'll be all alone in Switzerland and... Don't worry, Fergie. I'll be all right. Ferguson gulps. You're not afraid of anything, are you? Catherine. No. But you're just not when you're in love. An announcer appears in the train shed entrance. Sound, train departure announced. Catherine tries to take her kit bag. Ferguson withholds it. Ferguson, fiercely, I'll carry it. They start toward the train shed, their backs to camera. They move into the background, people passing, obscure them from view. After they have vanished amongst the crowd, camera starts trucking forward across the station toward the door to the train shed. Dissolve to, close shot, train shed pillar. Rain torrents stream down the pillar, running through a break in the little tin gutter along the roof's edge. The rain can be heard beating on the tin roof. The sound of an engine bell is heard, then follows the hiss of escaping steam. The jerk and clatter of a train as it gets underway. Reflected on the glistening pillar of the train shed are the lights of the passing windows of the train, as the train hoots once, long, drearily, and the rain beats harder on the roof. Fade out. End of sequence L. Sequence M. Fade in. Medium shot, arcade pillar. It is the pillar supporting an arcade under which are the post office and small shops of a Swiss town. It is snowing. Snow clings to the pillar, partially covering it and obscuring all but the top of a notice posted there. Camera trucks forward into close-up notice. That portion of it which is not covered by snow reads, Bureau of Police, Brissago, Switzerland. Public notice. Camera pulls back and pans to the arcade, through which a number of people are passing, then trucks forward toward where an old man, at a little table, is cutting silhouettes out of black paper. 2 young girls of the town are posing for him self-consciously. Camera halts in. Medium close shot, the group. As the old man snips the paper very fast while he eyes them like a critical artist, with his head on one side. Finishing his work, he pastes the silhouettes on white cardboard. He hands them to the girls, who giggle. They pay him and turn away, laughing shrilly as they compare the silhouette of one with that of the other. Catherine's voice from out of scene. Will you do one for me too? The old man looks up surprised. Camera pans to, close shot, Catherine. Note: in this shot of Catherine, and in all of those of her which follow in this sequence, no portion of her body below the diaphragm is to be seen, except when her back is to camera. This is to avoid the screen absurdity of a slender, graceful woman supposed to be pregnant. She has stepped out of the crowd of pedestrians passing under the arcade and has approached the little table where the old man works. Old man's voice. Yes, madame. Close shot, old man, shooting from across the table. Catherine is out of scene. He picks up the folded black paper and the scissors as he regards her critically. Old man. In profile, please. As she apparently turns, out of scene. No, just a little more. There, that's good. He starts to work professionally with his scissors. Close-up silhouette in the old man's hand as he cuts it. He rapidly outlines Catherine's face and bosom. Catherine's voice, sharply, halting his work. No, wait a minute, please, not the full figure. He stops his work momentarily. Old man's voice. But, madame. Her hand enters scene and takes the scissors, which his hand releases reluctantly. She snips off the paper below the line of the bust, then hands the scissors back to him. Close shot, old man. His artistic feelings are hurt. Old man. But the whole figure is the same price, and besides it is more beautiful. Catherine's voice. Not mine. It isn't beautiful anymore. It's ugly. The old man shrugs with an injured air. With a few rapid snips, he finishes the silhouette. He pastes it on a white card and holds it out to her. Her hand enters and takes it and drops a coin on the table. The old man's eyes light up as he sees the value of the coin. Old man, smiling. Ah, thank you, madame, thank you. Catherine's laugh is heard. His eyes follow her as she obviously moves away, out of scene. Close shot, Catherine. Camera again cuts her off above the waistline, as it pulls back before her, under the arcade and through a door into the post restante, post office. Camera halts as she approaches one of the little slanting shelves which people stand and address their letters. She slips the card with a silhouette on it into an envelope and starts addressing it. Insert envelope. As Catherine's hand writes on the upper left-hand corner of the envelope, letter number 21 from C.B. Brissago, Switzerland. As her hand starts to address the envelope to Lieutenant Frederick Henry. Cut to, close shot, Catherine, reverse angle, more than before. She finishes writing. She turns her back to camera and proceeds across the post office, camera trucking after her. As she goes past a mailbox intended for letters, she drops the envelope into it. Camera continues to truck after her as she goes on without stopping to a mail window where she halts. Mail window, medium close shot, shooting from within. Catherine's face on the other side of the grating peers in. She speaks to the mail clerk out of scene. Catherine, almost plaintively. Isn't there any mail for me yet? Mail clerk's voice from out of scene. Ah, madame, yes, yes, today there are letters, many letters. Catherine's face lights up. Catherine, hopefully. Many? Camera pans to mail clerk, close to the grating window. As he reaches into a pigeonhole and takes out a fistful of letters and rapidly counts them. Camera pulls back a trifle, as with the letters in his hand, the mail clerk crosses to the window. Mail clerk, 20, madame. Catherine, overjoyed, 20? She laughs. Medium close shot, Catherine, shooting from outside the mail window at an angle. Camera still cuts her off at the waist as before. Catherine, as she takes the letters from under the grating, that's worth waiting for, isn't it? She turns away from the window toward the camera, holding the letters, her eyes shining. She halts and glances at the letters. Her smile changes abruptly to bewilderment, then dismay. Despairingly, "Oh!" She sways. Suddenly she pitches forward in a faint, directly past camera. Medium close shot, Catherine, shooting down on her sprawled body from above. She is lying on her face. Beside her are scattered the letters which dropped from her hand. Camera pans down, then moves forward into close-up letter. It is addressed to Lieutenant Frederick Henry, but on it in big letters is stamped, "Return to sender, unclaimed." In the upper left-hand corner of the envelope it reads, "Letter number 9 from C.B. Brissago, Switzerland." Camera pans away to a second letter. It, too, bears the stamp, "Return to sender, unclaimed." In its upper left-hand corner it is designated, "Letter number 1. Lap dissolve into, insert, envelope in a man's hand." It is letter number 21, the one in which Catherine Barclay sent Frederick the silhouette of herself. The envelope does not yet bear the stamp seen on the other letters. Italian lieutenant's voice, "Here's another one for Frederico." Interior, Italian officers' mess, night, medium shot, mess table. About the table are seated all of the officers of the mess, with the exception of Frederick, the Italian major, and the priest. They are opening and reading letters. An orderly is serving the soup. The Italian lieutenant, distributing the mail, is standing across the table from Rinaldi. He holds out to Rinaldi the letter addressed to Frederick. Italian lieutenant, as he hands the letter to Rinaldi, "From the same place." Rinaldi glances at the letter quickly, then hands it back. Rinaldi, "Send it back." Italian lieutenant, troubled, "Look here, Rinaldi, I can't keep on doing that. Suppose the major finds out, or the priest, or Frederico himself. Then what do I get? I, who am supposed to be the mail officer." Rinaldi, "I take full responsibility." Italian lieutenant, "I don't care. It's a dirty trick. What right have we—" There is a sympathetic murmur from the other officers seated at the table. Rinaldi, sharply, "A dirty trick?" He rises. "So that's what you all think." Angrily, "Well, tell me this. Is Frederico the same since he met that woman? Is he? What does he do since he came back from Milan? Does he drink? No. Does he go to the girls in the Villa Rosa? No. Does he even laugh? Never. He sulks, he dreams, he is like a lovesick calf. Is that the way for a soldier? I am his friend. I say it is better for him if he forget her." Indicates the letter in the mail officer's hand. "Send it back. Rinaldi is responsible." He halts abruptly as the door to the salon in the background opens and Frederick enters. Frederick halts, surprised. The mail officer hurriedly slips the letter in his pocket. Rinaldi remains standing, looking about the table challengingly. Frederick, "What's up?" He approaches the table, smiling. Rinaldi, "Nothing, baby." Rinaldi drops back into his seat. Frederick sits down across the table from him. Eagerly, "Come, eat. We will all go to the Villa Rosa. We wait for you." Frederick, "Not me, not tonight." The other officers regard them closely. Rinaldi, "Drink, baby. Maybe then you will feel differently." He thrusts a bottle of brandy across the table toward Frederick. The latter merely waves it aside with a gesture of refusal, then glances up at the male officer who is still standing. Frederick, "Any mail for me yet, Ettore?" Italian lieutenant, hesitating an instant. "No, nothing." He turns away uncomfortably and goes out. There is a moment of silence. Frederick reaches for the brandy bottle. Frederick, "Maybe I will have a drink, at that." Rinaldi beams. Rinaldi, "That's right, baby." Frederick pours himself a drink of brandy and gulps it down. Fade out. End of sequence M. Sequence N. The Retreat. This episode of the story is to be impressionistic rather than realistic, stylized rather than literal. 3 elements are to be considered in relation to it: the music, the cutting, the camera angles. The music is pure underscoring, a modernistic composition beginning low, slow, as panic is born, and mounting to the crashing, whirling nightmare of the flight. All sound effects will be in musical terms. Thus you will see men shout to each other, shells burst, airplanes swoop, but you will hear only music. It will be as if the music drowned every other sound, yet reproduced them in its own way. In the cutting, a montage will be employed, graduating from equal cuts of normal length to rapid flashes as the climax is reached. Thus, along with the music, a sort of optical crescendo will be obtained. The camera angles are to be deliberately distorted. They will be low or high or oblique, but never normal. In lighting as well as in composition, an effect of nightmare will be sought. All this until the conclusion at the bridgehead is reached, when the music will fade into the sounds of troops, animals, and equipment in flight across the bridge, culminating in the sharp dialogue of the battle police as they drag officers from the line and execute them. Fade in. Throughout this sequence, it is night, and the rain falls steadily. Rock, close shot, 20 feet. On the top of a barren hillside, it is raining heavily. The softened earth beneath the rock gives way. Slowly at first, almost hesitantly, the rock starts to roll down the hillside, dislodging other stones as it goes. Camera pans with the rock as it gathers speed, then pans ahead of it to sheep, 20 feet, huddled together in the rain at the foot of the hillside. The rock bounds down the hill into the midst of them. They scatter in fright. Running sheep, 20 feet, as they race over the crest of a hill in the rain. One after another, they race directly over the camera, which is shooting from a low angle. Dissolve into retreating troops, 20 feet, same angle. In the rain, as running, they pass directly over the camera. Cut to retreating troops, 20 feet, straggling along the brow of a hill, silhouetted against the sky. Dissolve into sheep, 20 feet, same perspective, struggling along the brow of a hill in silhouette. Dissolve into chart of battle line, 20 feet. On a wall, a man's hands are moving little Italian flags back on the map, marking the line of retreat. Italian headquarters, 20 feet, from low angle. The room is gloomy. Highlighted in the background is the big chart. It is seen through the spread legs of an Italian officer standing in the foreground. Another officer is busy at the chart. He wears earphones. Officer at chart, 20 feet. As he continues to shift the flags, a few at a time, backwards. Dissolve into rivulet, 20 feet, streaming down a mountainside, growing larger as it races along. Dissolve into walking wounded, 20 feet. A little stream of wounded Italians, limping, bandaged, dirty, are hurrying along the edge of some woods, past camera, which shoots at side angle. Dissolve into civilians, 20 feet, same angle. Now they stream past the camera along a muddy road. A chemist, burdened with bottles in his arms, a postman in his official cap but otherwise in night clothes, pushing a bicycle, a woman with a wheelbarrow loaded with chickens and ducks, an old man with a baby carriage filled with a bale of straw. Dissolve to haystacks, 25 feet. One is burning. A shell explodes close to another stack, setting it on fire as well. The columns of smoke form a grotesque figure of a cross against the dark sky. Dissolve into Red Cross flag, close up, 15 feet, shooting from low angle. Over the door of the hospital in Gorizia. It is outlined against the sky as it hangs soddenly in the rain. A portion of the hospital roof can be seen above the flag. Dissolve into open door, 20 feet. In the doorway, clinging to the frame of the door, so that his silhouette has the form of a cross, is a wounded man. He is bandaged and in pajamas. Slowly he collapses to the floor, dead. Within now may be seen the Gorizia hospital ward, abandoned except for a few helpless men in beds, unable to move. Camera pulls back and pans to door, 15 feet, as it stands open, thrust back against the wall. On the door is a piece of paper, transfixed with the point of a pair of scissors. Evacuation notice, close up, 20 feet. It reads, Ambulance Section 306. Load ambulances with hospital equipment. Take all wounded who can be moved. Proceed to Pordenone. Cesar Brundi, Major in Command. Dissolve to cross, 15 feet. It is a wooden cross in a crude battlefield cemetery. The rain drenches it, obscuring the faint crawl of the dead man's name. Dissolve into cemetery, 15 feet. Hundreds of crosses standing in the rain, extending their arms as if trying not to sink. A shell explodes amongst the crosses, uprooting them. Dissolve into huge figure of Christ, 15 feet. It is a broken, decapitated figure, at a crossroad, silhouetted against the sky in the rain. Dissolve into equestrian statue, close shot, 15 feet. It is the statue in the public square in Gorizia. Its horse is now without its 4 legs, and the uplifted sword of the warrior has been broken off even shorter than before. The rain falls heavily. Dissolve into fire, 15 feet. More haystacks have caught fire, and flames and smoke leap wider into the darkened sky. Peasant carts, 15 feet, shooting from low angle. As 2 peasants' carts go past the camera, they are both loaded down with household treasures of all descriptions. The first is driven by a peasant and his wife. The second is occupied by only a very old man in ragged clothes. Dissolve into ambulances, 15 feet, shooting from a high angle. As 2 ambulances pass beneath the camera, followed by a straggling line of retreating troops. Dissolve into stream, 15 feet. The little rivulet seen before has swollen to a fair-sized stream as it races down the mountainside. Dissolve into the chart, 15 feet. The officer's hand is pinning the little flags lower and lower. Field telephone, close-up, 15 feet. An Italian officer at the telephone is yelling into it, mouth spread. Dissolve into gun carriage driver, close shot, 15 feet. As he lashes with his whip at his horses out of scene and shouts, mouth spread. Cut to gun carriage, 15 feet. Camera shooting from below as the horses and the gun carriage, the driver, laying on his whip hard, bump along crazily overhead. Dissolve into ambulances, 15 feet, shooting from above. As the ambulances, now increased to 3, move slowly along a road half filled with troops. Frederick, close shot, 15 feet. Beside the driver's seat of an ambulance as he leans forward and shouts and gestures to those ahead to make way. Dissolve into mountain stream, 10 feet, larger now. Cut to chart, 10 feet. The flags are lower now. Cut to fire, 10 feet. More of the countryside on fire. Cut to walking wounded, 10 feet. Their number has swelled. Civilians and peasant carts, 10 feet. They join each other and proceed together. Troops, 10 feet. Their number has thickened. Ambulances, 10 feet. Soldiers cling to them. Some even are on their roofs. Others are hanging precariously to the running board steps. Stream, 5 feet. It has become a torrent. Chart, 5 feet. The hands are just dropping the flags down. There is no lower place to pin them. Fire, 5 feet. It seems that the whole countryside is on fire. Refugees, 5 feet. It is a long column now, moving slowly on through the pouring rain. Ambulances, 5 feet. Men cover them like barnacles. Retreating troops, 25 feet, from a great height. A tremendous number, engulfing ambulances, gun carriages, civilians, and wounded alike, forming a long creeping procession. The sound of approaching planes is heard. The rhythmic throb of the motors grows rapidly louder and louder. There is a cry of alarm, and the foot troops scatter. A machine gun sputters out of scene. An airplane as it dives, its machine gun spitting flame. Flash. A mother flings herself on top of her child to protect her. Flash. A horse lies on its side, tangled in its traces. Flash. The whip drops from the hand of the gun carriage driver. Flash. Foot troops throw themselves down in the gutter. Flash. Along the top of an ambulance, dissecting its red cross, goes a line of bullet holes. Road, 30 feet. A flash of one plane after another is seen through the rain as they dive low over the road and empty their machine guns into the struggling mass. They plunge by directly over the camera, their guns flaming. The sound of the planes grows fainter as they make off. Woman with baby, 20 feet. As she rises from protecting her child with her body, she cries out as the child remains face down in the mud. She lifts it to find it dead. Foot troops, 20 feet, as they rise from the roadside slowly as if dazed. A large number remain sprawled where they flung themselves down. Gun carriage, 20 feet. It has been overturned by a bomb. Horse, 20 feet, galloping wildly with torn traces across a field. Frederick, 20 feet, as he crawls out from under an ambulance where he hid for shelter. Gordini, 10 feet, dead in the driver's seat of another ambulance. Piani, 10 feet, on another driver's seat blowing his horn. Wreckage, 10 feet, of camions, gun carriage, dead horse, and peasants' carts blocking the road. Bonello, 10 feet. He too is blowing his horn. He gives up and leaps down to the road, abandoning the machine. Road, 10 feet. As the foot troops sweep on down the road past the hopelessly tangled vehicles, leaving them motionless. dissolve into mountain stream, 10 feet. It has grown even larger. The background music has reached its crescendo. Lap dissolve into river, exterior, night. Camera is shooting directly down on the water from a bridge. No music now. It is the swirling water of a river in flood. Tree branches, debris are swept along by the swiftly running current. The shuffling of many feet crossing the bridge, the clatter of wheels, the creaking of equipment may be heard. Bridge. It is crowded with retreating troops, completely disorganized. Amongst them, only here and there may be seen a wheeled gun. Otherwise, all are on foot. Entrance to bridge. The troops, in spite of their weariness, are pushing, struggling to be the first on the bridge. Amongst them, close to camera, appear Frederick and Piani, side by side. Bridge exit. From the bridge gushes the flood of retreating soldiers, flowing past the camera. Carabinieri, they are standing at the side of the bridge, and the rain beating on their wide airplane hats. They are flashing pocket lights on the troops flowing past them in the foreground. A number of young officers are standing with them, directing them and scrutinizing every one in the passing column. First officer, there's one. He points. Get him. Two of the carabinieri dart into the midst of the retreating soldiers, seize an officer in the foreground, and drag him out of the streams. Closer view, group at bridge end. The carabinieri and the young officers commanding them have their backs partly turned to camera. The officer seized is a lieutenant colonel. His hair is gray. He is short and fat. Lieutenant colonel. What do you mean by this? First officer, the one who pointed him out. You are an officer and have abandoned your troops. Lieutenant colonel. Who are you? First officer. Battle police. To the carabinieri. Take him back there with the others. Camera pans after the carabinieri as they roughly drag the lieutenant colonel away, down from the road, toward another group near the riverbank. Group near riverbank. There are 4 officers standing together, while behind them, lending them authority, are 4 wide-hatted battle police, leaning on their carbines. Another officer, who has been seized, is facing them, a carabinieri guarding him on each side. In the background, in the darkness and the rain, is another group. A dozen or more other officers, also seized, are there, guarded by more carabinieri. The lieutenant colonel is thrust amongst the group in the background. The 4 questioning officers ignore him and consult each other in whispers. The one in command turns to the 2 guards of the accused as another scribbles something on a pad of paper. Questioning officer, in brisk tone, abandoned his troops, ordered to be shot. Accused officer, why? What for? The 2 carabinieri between whom he stands lead him away. Camera pans with them as they drag him toward the riverbank. Camera pans back to the questioning officer. Questioning officer, turning toward the group of those seized in the background. Next. 2 of the carabinieri, on guard there, drag another officer from the horde of the accused and lead him forward. Second questioning officer, the one with the pad. Your brigade? Second accused officer. Second. Regiment? 41st. Why are you not with your regiment? They scattered in the retreat. A shot is heard from out of scene. There is a moment of silence. The questioning officers glance at each other significantly. First questioning officer, resuming to the accused. Why did you retreat? Second accused officer. For the same reason the whole army did. because we were beaten. Retreating troops on the bridge. In the midst of the troops may be seen Frederick and Piani as they approach the bridge end. Suddenly, a beam of light from a pocket flashlight flashes across Frederick's face, then comes back to him, holding on him steadily. Battle police, at the side of the bridge end, as one of them holds his flash lamp pointing at Frederick out of scene. Officer, the one with the flash lamp. There's another! Grab him! 2 carabinieri dart out into the stream of passing soldiers. Troops. Camera on crane is shooting from above as the carabinieri seize Frederick. The other fleeing soldiers flow past them on both sides. Piani hesitates, watching the scene. Frederick, struggling with the carabinieri. What's the matter with you? He jerks one arm loose and hits one of his captors in the face. Piani, obviously frightened, abandons Frederick. Frederick, still struggling. Don't you know you can't touch an officer? The one he hit catches his arm, takes away his pistol, and twists his arm behind his back. Together, they drag him to the side of the road. Camera moves after them, then swoops down into closer view. Battle police, as Frederick is dragged up to them, still struggling. Officer, the same who spoke to the lieutenant colonel. Shoot him if he resists. Frederick, what's all this about? Officer, gesturing toward the group below at the riverbank. Take him over back there. Frederick, indignantly, why didn't you just ask me? Why let these airplane hats grab me? Second officer, you see, he speaks with an accent. Frederick, what if I do? First officer, take him along. They drag Frederick away down toward the group by the river. Seized officers. The bridge end is in the background. Frederick is dragged up to the group and flung in with the others. He turns to the man next to him. Frederick, will he be shot? Other officer, they've shot everyone they've questioned so far. First questioning officer's voice, from out of scene. Abandoned his troops, ordered to be shot. Other officer, to Frederick, you see? Questioning officers from their angle, as the carabinieri lead away a third accused officer to shoot him. The group of captured officers is in the background. Second questioning officer, turning to the group in the background. Next. There is a stir amongst the group as 2 of the carabinieri start to drag out another accused. Frederick and carabinieri. It is he they have seized. He appears to be submitting without a struggle. Suddenly, he wrenches free from them, turns, and races toward the riverbank. There is a cry of alarm. Camera pans after Frederick as he stoops over, running very fast. Camera pans back to the carabinieri as they hurriedly raise their carbines and fire. River. As Frederick dashes into scene and leaps into the water, disappearing under its dark surface. Camera holds on the water for an appreciable moment during which he doesn't reappear. Other shots are heard. Bullets spit into the water viciously about the widening ripples where he went down. Water, shooting down directly from above. Camera is moving along swiftly with the current. Bubbles come to the surface. Frederick's head appears. He takes a long breath and disappears under the water again. Other shots are heard. Bullets can be seen striking the water. Camera continues to move along with the stream. A portion of a log drifts into scene as Frederick reappears again. With one hand he seizes the log, drifting with it. Camera pans along the log, revealing that over the other end, half submerging it, is the bent body of a dead soldier, drifting face down in the water. Drifting log, shooting from the bank. As it floats past camera, carried by the current, it vanishes into the darkness and the rain, bearing its burden of living and dead. Fade out. End of sequence N. Sequence O. Fade in. Railroad yards, night. Camera shooting from high angle. Now it is not raining. In the foreground is the typical smokestack of an Italian engine from which smoke streams. In the background, the tangle of tracks is in deep darkness, except where bands of light from the windows of a switchman's shack cut across them. A number of trains, only vague shadows in the dark, except for the glow of their fireboxes, are being shifted over the tracks. Full shot, yards, from another angle. Now the camera is shooting from the level of the tracks. City buildings in the background are outlined against the night sky. Etching the foreground are the shadow shapes of switches, idle trains. Directly in front of the camera, a portion of an engine is seen as it rolls past. Steam comes from it. It draws a string of loaded flat cars after it. Moving flat car. Camera pans with it as it clatters over the tracks. It is slowing and comes to a halt directly in front of camera. It is loaded with a number of bulky objects under canvas, the shape of which would suggest that they are field guns. There is a moment of complete inaction after the car has stopped. Finally, there is a movement of the canvas covering the guns. Frederick crawls out. He is hatless, but still in uniform. Quickly, stealthily, he slides down to the tracks from the flat car. Frederick, shooting from the flat car. Camera pans after him as he stoops and runs across the tracks, in and out amongst the shifting trains. Switchman's shack. Within the lighted window, men may be seen moving about. Across the patch of light from the window, Frederick darts, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Engine cab. The engine is momentarily motionless, but the firebox still glows. His back half turned to camera, and silhouetted against the glow from the firebox, stands a carabinier. He is distinguishable at once by his wide airplane hat. He is leaning on his carbine on the tracks, talking to the engineer in the engine cab in the background. Engineer: Why are you carabinieri in the yards? Carabinieri: Because of the retreat. Deserters. Engineer: Have there been many? Carabinieri: Plenty. Camera pans away down to the train, revealing Frederick as he comes out from between two cars. He dodges silently across the tracks into the darkness beyond. Camera pans back to engine cab, as the carabinieri straightens, shouldering his carbine. Engineer: What do you do when you catch them? Carabinieri, with harsh laugh: Shoot them! He swaggers away. Wine shop, shooting from an angle. Lights come from its windows. The name of the cafe, containing the word Milano, may be seen on a window in the foreground. In the background, behind the wine shop, are the shadowy railroad yards. Frederick comes cautiously from the darkness of the yards. He slides along the side of the wine shop toward a window from which light streams. Close to it, he halts and peers in. Frederick, close shot, as he peers in the wine shop window. He swallows as if his throat were parched and looks longingly in. Wine shop, as seen through the window from Frederick's angle. It is a small place with a bar. The proprietor is sweeping the floor. Two drunken soldiers, seated at a table, are the only customers. One is slumped over the table, asleep, his head on his arm. The other sits far back in his chair, stupidly staring at nothing. The proprietor, sweeping, comes closer to the window and turns toward it. Frederick. The window is in the background. As he steps back from the window quickly and flattens himself against the wall. The window opens. The proprietor's hand thrusts out and empties a dustpan, only to disappear within again, closing the window. Frederick's tense body relaxes. Then, for a moment, he hesitates, wants to go in, but decides against it. Instead, he tears off the insignia of his rank, sewn on his sleeve. Then he stoops and ducks beneath the light from the window and vanishes in the darkness. Dissolve into interior nurse's room, night. Close up, Ferguson, asleep in bed. Her face is faintly illumined by a light which enters the room through a window at the head of her bed, out of scene. A faint knocking is heard on the window pane. She doesn't stir. The knocking grows louder. She moves restlessly but still doesn't wake. Camera pulls back, revealing the bed in the darkened room with the window at its head. The knocking is heard again. She still doesn't wake. The window is thrust open from without. Frederick crawls into the room. He peers about the dark room. Frederick, calling softly, "Catherine!" Ferguson, suddenly waking, sits upright. Ferguson, frightened, "Who's that?" She flashes on the light by the switch beside the bed. Frederick, as she blinks at him, "Shh." He signals her to be silent, coming closer to her. "Where's Catherine?" He glances out of scene toward the other bed in the room. Other bed. It is unoccupied except for an unadorned mattress without sheets or other covers. Frederick's voice, "Doesn't she still sleep here?" Frederick and Ferguson. She is regarding him with obvious hostility. Ferguson, "Didn't you go back to the front?" Frederick, impatiently, "Where's Catherine?" Ferguson, eyeing him with sudden understanding, "I know. You've run away. You're a deserter." Frederick, "What if I am? Where is she? I've got to see her." "You can't. She's gone." Frederick, dismayed, "Gone? Where?" "Think I'd tell you?" She settles back in the bed, pulls the covers about her, closes her eyes. Frederick, "Do you mean she's been transferred?" Ferguson, "If you don't get out of here, I'll scream and bring the whole hospital down on you." Frederick, impatiently, "Why'd she go? Where? Tell me." "No." Frederick catches her by the shoulder and forces her to roll over so she faces him. "You let go of me." Frederick, "Tell me where she is." He reaches down and catches her by the throat. Ferguson, starting to cry, "Go ahead, choke me, but I won't tell you. You've done her enough harm." Frederick, sharply, "What do you mean?" He lets go of her throat. Ferguson, "I said you'd get her into trouble. I hate you, understand? I won't tell you anything." Her voice grows louder and louder. Frederick, anxiously, "Shh." She rises from the bed and confronts him, angrily, her voice growing shriller and shriller. "I hope they catch you, shoot you, pay you back for what you've done to her, making her have a baby." Frederick, "Baby?" "I warned you, but you didn't care, not about her, and now she's had to go away." "Where? Where? For pity's sake, tell me, Fergie." "No, no, no." She suddenly screams at the top of her lungs. Frederick claps his hand over her mouth, but it is too late. Already the sounds of running feet and indistinct voices may be heard. Nurse's room, full shot. The window and the bed are in the foreground. In the background is the door. Someone knocks sharply on the door. Frederick turns and leaps out the window. As he vanishes, Ferguson screams again. The door in the background bursts open. Miss Van Campen, in night clothes, appears. a number of frightened nurses at her heels. Stone wall, night. As Frederick races into scene and leaps over the stone wall, disappearing on the other side. Lap dissolve into bedroom wall, medium shot, night. Frederick's shadow is cast on the wall by a light set low on a table out of scene. Frederick's voice. Get me some clothes, a full outfit. I can't go around in this uniform. The shadow of a fat man in pajamas with tousled hair comes in beside his, and a new voice answers. Simmons' voice, uneasily. As long as I don't get mixed up in it myself. Simmons' bedroom, medium shot. It is a large room with a bed, a piano, a dresser, and a table. A single lamp is burning. Frederick stands at the table facing Simmons, who has apparently just awakened. Frederick. You won't. I just want you to get me some things and send off a telegram for me, in your name, please. Simmons, doubtfully. I really oughtn't to, if I had any sense. He sits down and prepares to write. I know I shall have frightful gas pains tomorrow as a result of this. Frederick's voice. It goes to Captain Rinaldi. Frederick. He speaks slowly as he thinks it out. 207th Hospital Corps. Say a mutual friend requests. Find out right away, through official channels, where is Nurse Catherine Barclay. Frederick and Simmons. The one sits writing, the other stands over him. Simmons, as he writes. Catherine Barclay. Frederick. Answer Palace Hotel, Streza. Care Harry the barkeep. Dissolve into cocktail shaker. Close-up. In the hands of Harry, the barkeeper, as he pours martinis into 2 cocktail glasses on a tray. Camera pulls back, revealing Harry, standing behind the bar, as he finishes pouring the drinks. There are no customers to be seen. Camera pulls back further as he removes his apron, comes from behind the bar, picks up the tray, and starts across the room. Bar, medium shot, night. It is a small bar in the hotel overlooking the lake in Streza. Outside, the sound of wind on the lake. Harry, the barkeep, is about 40 years old. An Italian, but with the international quality common to bartenders. He carries the tray toward an arched entrance that leads to the billiard room. In the background, the outer door leading to the terrace overlooking the lake opens. A police officer, his cape blown about him by the wind from the lake, enters, halting in the bartender's path. Harry. Ah, Benito, is a storm coming up? Benito. Yes, up the lake. It blows like 7 devils. Harry and police officer, close shot. The latter gazes curiously at the tray the bartender carries. Benito, indicating drinks. Who are those for? Harry, hesitating. They're for Count Greffy. He steps past the other, camera panning with him, to the billiard room door and enters. Billiard room, medium shot. There are 2 tables. One is unlighted. Another door gives into the hotel lobby. Count Greffy, very old but still fluent in his movements, stands with Frederick, cues in hand. In the background is the arched door to the bar. Beyond the approaching Harry, the police officer may be seen as he peers into the room. Count Greffy. How shall we play? A lira a point? Frederick. That will be fine, but you'll beat me. The barkeep approaches and serves the drinks. Arched doorway, shooting from billiard room. As Benito, the police officer, peers into the room, his expression suddenly becoming suspicious. Billiard room, close shot. The bartender has gone. Frederick and Count Greffy pick up their drinks. Count Greffy. Then I will give you 15 points handicap in 100. correcting himself, 18 points. Frederick, with a laugh, good, but you'll still beat me. Arch door, shooting from bar. The police officer stands by the door as the barkeep comes out of the billiard room. Benito, halting the other. The other one in there, isn't he the same who used to come here as an officer? Harry, casually. What if he is? He shrugs and moves off to the bar. With another look into the billiard room, the police officer follows. Camera pans and trucks after him to bar. Harry returns behind the bar, ignoring the other's approach. Benito. Then why does he not wear a uniform? Harry shrugs and then laughs. Harry. You would not understand that, would you, Benito? You, who are so fond of a uniform. Benito. I shall report him to the Carabinieri. They will look at his papers. Harry shrugs and picks up bar rag. It's nothing to me what you do. He starts wiping off the bar, deliberately soiling the police officer's sleeve with the wet rag. The other indignantly draws back from the bar. Nursing his damp sleeve, he goes. Camera pans after him as he goes out the door into the darkness outside. Billiard table, medium close shot. Count Greffy is playing. He misses and scores his points and sips his cocktail. Count Greffy, indicating drink. My weakness. Frederick, chalking his cue. Not weakness, wisdom. The wisdom of age. Count Greffy, as Frederick plays. That is a great fallacy. Old men do not grow wise, they grow careful. They would like to live forever. He laughs a soft, chuckling laugh. Frederick, close up, shooting straight at him as he is bent over the table, sighting over his cue. The Count's laugh continues. Count Greffy's voice. As a matter of fact, I nearly have. Frederick's face has suddenly gone blank. What he sees out of scene causes him to hold his shot and stare. Other table, from his angle. Camera looks along Frederick's cue. Its tip points to the other billiard table where, just outside the beam of light, leans Rinaldi, watching him. Billiard room, medium shot. Frederick lays down his cue, disturbing the balls, and hurries over to Rinaldi. The Count looks on in polite surprise. They shake hands in silence. Rinaldi's greeting is almost an embrace, but a grave, emotional one. Rinaldi, under his breath, baby. With this one word, he manages to convey his delight at seeing Frederick safe and, well, also reproach for the concern Frederick has caused him. Frederick, you came yourself. Good boy. Rinaldi's glance toward Count Greffy tells too plainly how eager he is to talk with Frederick alone. The old diplomat understands. Count Greffy, tactfully, perhaps you would not mind if we postponed our game. With a glance at his watch, I had not realized it is so late. Frederick, certainly. Count Greffy, going, thank you and good night. With a bow to Rinaldi, who returns it formally, he is gone. Frederick turns to Rinaldi eagerly. Did you find out what I asked you to? Rinaldi, I found out. Let's go in the bar and talk. He leads Frederick out. Bar, full shot. The barkeep eyes Rinaldi curiously as he enters with Frederick. They go to a table at the window. He picks up his price card and crosses to take their order. Table at the window, medium shot. As Rinaldi sits down and pulls out a chair for Frederick. Frederick, before he sits, where is she? Rinaldi evades the question with his usual chatter. You will never believe how we all worried about you. The major made an obituary speech in your memory, and the priest wanted to say mass for your soul. The barkeep enters the scene and stands waiting. Frederick, impatient. But where? Rinaldi. A vermouth. One for you, as Frederick does not answer, 2 vermouths. The barkeep withdraws. Frederick, well? Rinaldi, unheeding, you see, we all thought you were dead. It never occurred to us that you could have been shell-shocked, wandered away, lost your memory. Frederick, are you going to tell me or not? Rinaldi, but as soon as we heard, of course, we arranged everything. Frederick is listening attentively now, for he realizes that Rinaldi does not intend to tell him what he wants to know. Rinaldi, close up. He is watching Frederick keenly to gauge the impression he makes as he continues. Rinaldi will work on you one of his miraculous cures, and you will go back a hero. Frederick and Rinaldi close. Frederick shakes his head. I'm not going back. Rinaldi, ignoring this, you will be decorated for bravery. Perhaps they will promote you. Frederick, no longer to be put off. No, I'm through with the war. Get that straight. Rinaldi, serious. But you can't do that. Just stop and say I am through with the war. They don't let you do that. Barkeep's voice. 2 martinis. Table, medium. The barkeep enters the scene and serves the cocktails. It is impossible to tell from his expression what, if anything, he has heard. Rinaldi pays. Barkeep, to Frederick, guarded. Can I speak to you a moment, sir? Frederick, it's all right, Harry. He is my friend. Barkeep, Rinaldi's uniform makes him hesitate. But Frederick, he keeps telling me it's dangerous for me to stay here any longer. Barkeep, now that it is out. Benito, the policeman, was in tonight. He spoke of notifying the carabinieri. Frederick, when will they come? Barkeep, tonight, tomorrow, who knows, but soon. Hesitates. My boat is still ready. Frederick, thanks, Harry. The barkeep goes. Frederick and Rinaldi close. Rinaldi's eyes follow the barkeep. The cocktails stand untouched. Rinaldi, if they arrest you, no one can save you. Frederick, I know that. They'll shoot you. Look, get it through your head. I'm not going back. I'm going to her. She's going to have a baby, my baby, and I'm going to find her wherever she is. Then we'll both get out. Nothing you can say will change that, so if you know where she is... Rinaldi yields. She's in Switzerland. Where? Brissago. Frederick, elated. Brissago, calls loudly to the barkeep as he rises. Harry. Quick fade out. Quick fade in. Pier, medium long. The camera shoots over the end of the pier toward the lights of the hotel in the background. A few small boats bob at their moorings on the rough water. Rinaldi and Frederick are in the foreground. Frederick is dragging one of the small boats to the pier edge. Frederick and Rinaldi close. They are silhouetted against the stormy sky. Rinaldi, it's up the lake and across, about 35 kilometers. Frederick, I can make it. Rinaldi, there will be sentries at the frontier. I know. And you'll have to watch out for patrol boats. I will. If it blows too hard, I won't drown. Have you enough money? Here. He holds out some money to Frederick. Frederick, not taking it. Won't you need it? He laughs. There must be a Villa Rossa in Pordenone. Rinaldi laughs unsteadily. The girls there are no good. They never change them, always the same girls until they become like old friends, like war comrades, not like girls at all. Pressing the money on Frederick, take it, please, baby. Frederick, taking the money. You're a good egg, Rinin. Rinaldi, with self-reproach. A good egg? Perhaps not. If you knew everything, all I have done, but I didn't know how you felt about her. with a choke in his voice but trying to seem gay. "Good luck, baby." With sudden abandon, he embraces Frederick and kisses him. Frederick, as he steps into the boat. "Ciao." Rinaldi, close up. He is looking after Frederick. His eyes are filled with tears. He is quite unashamed of it. Rinaldi, "Ciao." Rowboat from his angle. Frederick rows into the darkness of the stormy lake. Fade out. End of sequence O. Sequence P. Fade in. Swiss hospital room, medium close. A doctor holds a rubber mask attached to a tube over Catherine's face as she lies on a table. Camera trucks forward into close-up, Catherine, with the rubber mask over her face. The doctor removes the mask as she pushes it away feebly. Catherine looks up at the doctor vaguely. Catherine, faintly, as if from a long distance. "That wasn't a very big one. I had a very big one a while ago. Now the pains are no good. They're just little ones." Doctor's voice. "It's the gas that makes them seem so." Catherine, smiling faintly. "The gas is wonderful." Her expression contracts as if from pain. She reaches out for the mask. "Please, let me have it. Here one comes." The rubber mask in the doctor's hand reappears and covers her face. Lap dissolve into exterior, lake, night, close-up, Frederick. As he strains at the oars, his teeth are set. He is sweating. Exterior, lake, night, medium close shot, rowboat, shooting from stern. As Frederick rows, his body bends forward, then back, then forward again. He pulls with all his strength. Long shot, lake, shooting from shore. In the foreground are the branches and foliage of trees. In the background may be seen the dark outline of the rowboat as it cuts across the path of moonlight on the lake. Sentry post. It is a small roadside sentry box, such as are scattered along the border roads in Italy. Camera trucks forward toward the open door, from which light streams, halting in medium close shot, sentry, as he passes the open door of the sentry box. He is a uniformed Italian soldier with a gun over his shoulder. Road. On the road is cast the grotesque shadow of the sentry with his gun over his shoulder. Camera pans with his shadow as he marches back and forth. Lap dissolve into interior, Swiss hospital room, night, medium shot, whitewashed wall. On the wall is the shadow of the delivery table, with Catherine lying on it. Catherine's voice. "I'm sorry, doctor. The gas doesn't work anymore. Oh, give it to me, quickly." The shadow of the mask may be seen as he puts it over her face. Doctor's voice. "Breathe deeply." Close up, Catherine, with the mask over her face, as her hand pushes it away. Catherine, despairingly. "It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work." Close up, gas cylinder. Nurse's voice. "Shall I get another cylinder, doctor?" Doctor's voice. "That's a new cylinder." Catherine's voice. "Oh, I wanted so to have this baby and not make trouble, and now I'm all done, all gone to pieces." Dial. As the doctor's hand turns the dial to the number 2, then to the number 3, and finally to the number 4. Catherine's voice. "Can't you give me something? If you could only give me something. You've got to give me something." Medium shot, group. She is completely out for a moment, and her hand limply drops from the mask. The doctor removes it from her face. Nurse, holding her pulse, to doctor. "She's losing strength fast, doctor." Doctor shakes his head. "This is no use. I'll have to operate." Catherine's eyes open. Close up, Catherine. She looks up at the doctor, drunk with gas. She takes him for Frederick. Catherine, smiling faintly. That was lovely, darling. I won't die now. I got past the place where I was going to die. Aren't you glad? Close shot window, shooting from within. There is a moment of silence in the delivery room. A drop of rain appears on the outside of the window pane. Then others splash against the glass. Doctor's voice. Of course you're not going to die. You mustn't think about it. The rain falls harder. Exterior, lake, night, rowboat. The shore is in the background. It is raining now. Into the foreground thrusts the dark bow of the rowboat, followed by the sharply outlined figure of Frederick as he rows slowly now, warily. He stops rowing, examines his blistered palms, puts them in the water to cool. Faintly, the putt-putt of a motorboat is heard, approaching. Frederick listens. Quickly, he pulls in his oars and lies down in the bottom of the boat, letting it drift. The putt-putt grows louder. Medium shot, motorboat. Camera pans with it as it cuts through the water in the rain. There are 4 Guardia di Finanza, customs officers, huddled in the stern. Their alpini hats are pulled down. Their cape collars are drawn up. Their carbines are slung across their backs. Rowboat, drifting in the rain. Now the chugging of the motorboat is very loud. Suddenly, it appears in scene, seeming to head directly for the rowboat. A cry comes from the motorboat. It swerves sharply, barely missing the other craft. Medium shot, customs officers in the motorboat. A couple of them have leapt to their feet. They are gazing astern into the darkness and rain. Together, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th customs officer. What was it? Almost ran it down. Looked like a log, like a boat. Well, we missed it. Keep going. It was empty anyway. Lap dissolve into rowboat medium. The sound of the motorboat recedes in the distance. Frederick sits up, puts out his oars, and resumes rowing. Frederick's hands close up. Clenched about the oars, they make the swift rotary motion of a man rowing hard. Dissolve into Catherine's hands, close up. Clenching the sheet, clenched in pain, the hands make agonized little motions, pulling at the sheet, not unlike that of rowing. Dissolve into Lakeshore, night, miniature. Dim through the rain, distant lights. It passes slowly as seen from a rowboat. Dissolve into Lakeshore, dawn, miniature. It is plainer now in the wan daylight. It passes even slower. It still rains. Dissolve into Frederick's hands, close up. The same rotary movement on the oar handles, but very slow now and numb with fatigue. Blood drips from one palm. Dissolve into Catherine's hands, close up. The same nervous agony, quick, very quick. Catherine's moans are weak, stifled. Frontier sign, showing that on one side lies Italy and on the other Switzerland. It is still raining. Camera pulls back, revealing 2 frontier guards, one Swiss and one Italian, in their differing uniforms. One is holding a lighted match to the other's cigarette. As the match goes out, the 2 frontier guards separate and go off in opposite directions. The Swiss goes in the direction of Switzerland, and, as marked on the sign still in the background, the Italian in the direction of Italy. Camera pans after the Swiss. Abruptly, he cries out, lowers his rifle, and starts running. Shore. As the rowboat thrusts through the rain to the shore and Frederick gets out, stretches himself, nurses his blistered hands. A moment later, the Swiss guard runs into scene. Frederick. Is this Brissago? Frontier guard. Yes, but where do you come from? Frederick, with a vague gesture. Up the lake. Frontier guard. What nationality are you? Frederick. American. Frontier guard. Why do you come like this, in a boat? Frederick. Why, I came for the winter sports. Frontier guard. You'll have to report to the police station. I'll take you there. They start out. Dissolve into hospital corridor, full shot. The corridor ends in a window which looks out on the street. On one side, an operating room, across from it, a smaller surgery. In the foreground, stairs. The stretcher bearing Catherine is just being wheeled into the operating room. Two nurses hurrying up the corridor, their backs to the camera. First nurse. It's a cesarean. Second nurse. We're lucky to be on time. They vanish into the operating room as two doctors, robed for the operation, come out of the surgery. Frederick comes up the stairs and hurries to intercept them. Corridor, medium shot. Frederick catches them at the operating room door. Frederick. Is she going to be all right? First doctor. Are you the husband? Yes. First doctor, severely. She kept calling for you all night. It would have been better if you'd been here. Frederick, meekly. I'm sorry. Is she in danger? She's very weak. I don't suppose I could see her now. Later. Second doctor, more kindly. It won't be long. They exit into the operating room, close the door behind them. Frederick looks at the door a moment, mute, helpless, then moves away to the window. Window, close shot. Rain beats monotonously on the window panes. Frederick's face is mirrored in the wet glass. This shot should be covered likewise by a series of close-ups, first of Frederick, then of his reflection in the glass, then of Frederick, and so on. Frederick, low, to himself. She won't die. People don't die in childbirth nowadays. He is staring past his reflection down into the street. His reflection answers him, looking off in the same brooding way. But what if she should die? Frederick shows no sign of having heard, yet he answers promptly. She won't die. She's just having a bad time. Afterward, we'd say, what a bad time, and Catherine would say it wasn't really so bad. His reflection, as before. But what if she should die? She can't die. Yes, but what if she should die? The rain beats harder. Frederick, like a man trying to keep his temper. What reason is there for her to die? There's just the child that has to be born. It makes trouble and is born, and then you look after it, get fond of it, maybe. His reflection, quicker now. But what if she should die? Frederick, angry. She won't die. His reflection, quicker yet. But what if she should die? Frederick, louder, angrier. She won't. She's all right. His reflection, quicker yet. But what if she should die? Frederick almost shouts. She can't die. Out of scene, a voice calls warningly. Shh. On the window pane, there is a sudden gust of harder rain. Frederick turns toward the voice. Nurse, from his angle. She stands in the surgery door, looking at Frederick in surprise. Did you call? Corridor, medium shot. They are both in this angle, and the operating room door. Frederick. No, I didn't say anything. At this moment, the door opens. Catherine, covered with a blanket, is wheeled out. The stretcher moves toward and past the camera. Frederick watches it dumbly, starts to follow. The nurse puts a detaining hand on his arm. Nurse, gently. Not yet. The doctors come out. Frederick, to the first doctor. Is she all right? I hope so. She's lost a lot of blood. She's a good chance if there are no hemorrhages. Frederick, he can hardly get it out. The baby? First doctor, shakes his head. A boy, but he was dead before she ever came in here. This news does not seem to affect Frederick. Frederick, dully, "Oh." Then on a pleading note, "But she'll be all right?" First doctor, wearily, "That's not in my hands any longer." His upward glance signifies that he considers it more in God's hands. Frederick sways a little. The second doctor puts his arm around his shoulder. Second doctor, very kindly, "Better go across the street and get yourself some breakfast. You look as if you need it." As Frederick hesitates, "It'll be some time before she can see you." He urges Frederick up the corridor with a gentle shove. Dissolve into Brissago Street, day, full shot. Some shop fronts and a little cafe, all dripping in the rain. At the curb, a dog is nosing at a refuse can. Frederick is walking toward the cafe, stops to watch the dog in a dazed sort of way. Frederick and the dog, medium shot. He watches the dog a moment, seems to come out of his daze, then pokes among the refuse on top which are coffee grounds, dust, and dead flowers. Frederick, to the dog, "There's nothing there, dog." The dog goes away. The camera pans with Frederick as he goes to the cafe entrance. Interior, cafe, full shot. The cafe which Frederick enters has a zinc bar, presided over by an old man, a counter where a plump woman in a black dress keeps track of everything that is served at the tables, a boy in an apron, and a few early patrons. Frederick pauses at the counter. Counter, medium close. Frederick looks at the woman's plump bosom in his dazed, detached way. Frederick, "You've had children." Woman, "What's that?" Frederick, "What was it like?" Woman, puzzled, "I beg your pardon, what did you say?" Frederick, "Nothing. Some coffee, please, and a brioche." The woman looks at him in amazement as he starts toward a table. Then she summons the boy in the apron with a wave of her hand. A table, medium close. Frederick sits heavily and looks about him with dazed, unseeing eyes. Zinc bar, medium shot. A workman eating at the bar is talking excitedly with the old man who tends it. Workman, "That's what they are saying at the factory. It's peace. The war is over." Old man nods sagaciously. "It had to come sometime." Another table, medium close. Two men are breakfasting. One holds a newspaper on a wooden rack, the cafe paper. First man, "It must be true. Germany couldn't hold out much longer." His voice is excited. His finger points to the newspaper headlines. Insert headlines, to the effect that an armistice on all fronts will take effect at 11 this morning. A third table, medium close. Two men and a woman have stopped eating while a third is reading aloud to them from a newspaper. Third man, "And all armies will cease firing at 11 this morning in a general armistice pending negotiations of peace terms at..." Frederick, medium close. A glass of coffee, a brioche, and a glass of white wine stand untouched on the table before him. He is staring at the tabletop as his lips mumble a prayer in a most matter-of-fact tone, as if he were merely reciting verses aloud. Frederick, monotonously, "Don't let her die. Oh God, please don't let her die. I'll do anything for you if you don't let her die. Dear God, don't let her die. You took the baby, but don't let her die. That was all right, but don't let her die. Please, please. Dear God, don't let her die." He stops as simply as he began and raises the glass of coffee to his lips, nibbles on the end of the brioche, rises suddenly and crosses to the counter. Camera pans with him as he goes. While he pays, the woman behind the counter looks at him suspiciously. Woman, making change, "Thank you, sir." But without picking up the change, Frederick exits. Hospital room, medium close. The angle is on the bed with the window beyond. Catherine lies very gray and still, with her eyes closed. Presently, Frederick appears beside her. Frederick, very soft. Cat. Her eyes open as if she knew he was there. Catherine. Yes, darling? Frederick. You're all right. I knew you were coming. When I went under, I knew you were here. You're going to be all right. I'm going to die. There is a long pause before she adds, I hate it. He takes her hand. Don't touch me. He lets it go. She smiles. Poor darling, you can touch me all you want. You'll be all right, Cat. I know you'll be all right. When my letters came back, I thought you were dead. Until last night, then I knew you were coming. He only strokes her hand. She stirs rebelliously. I'm not afraid. I only hate it. Do you want me to do anything, Cat? Can I get you anything? Catherine smiles. No. There is a silence. Catherine, close up. She speaks again. You won't do our things with any other girl, or say the same things, will you? Frederick, close up. He has to grimace to keep from crying. Frederick, huskily. Never. Catherine and Frederick, close shot. She smiles at him wanly. Catherine. I want you to have girls, though. Frederick. I don't want them. She pats his hand feebly. It's stopped raining, hasn't it? Yes, darling. Then I'm not afraid anymore. Open the window. Frederick gets up. Silently, he crosses to the window and raises it. Catherine, close shot, as she rolls her head toward the window and smiles faintly. Catherine. I like it so much. Living, I mean. This is just the dirty trick. She sighs gently. Her eyes close. Her whole body seems to relax. Frederick, close shot. He is standing at the window trying to control himself. Hospital room, full shot, as Frederick turns from the window and crosses toward her bed once more. Suddenly, he halts, alarmed. Frederick. Catherine. More sharply. Cat. He crosses swiftly to the bed and kneels beside her. Louder still. Cat. With a final despairing cry, he flings himself face down across her body. Oh, Cat. A moment of dead silence, then pandemonium breaks loose. It is just 11. The city is celebrating the armistice. Church bells, as they ring wildly, lap dissolve into, siren as it shrieks, lap dissolve into, news poster, close shot. On it, in immense letters, is the word, armistice. Open hospital window, shooting from within. Past the window in the sunlight, flutter torn papers. The uproar of bells, sirens, and other noises from the street may be heard. Camera pulls back and pans to where Frederick sits beside his dead, then trucks closer. Frederick, numbly staring at Catherine. Peace. Peace. Camera pulls back and pans swiftly to window. The noise of the celebration outside continues. Camera trucks forward closer to the window. A flurry of papers and a hat sails past the open window. The uproar outside seems to draw nearer, louder. You can distinguish laughter, singing, and the word peace, peace, chanted by many throats. But over it all, you hear the sound of a man weeping within the room. Fade out. End of sequence P. The end.